Dr. Max Lin stood in front of a packed lecture hall, his wild hair sticking out in every direction, a testament to his latest caffeine binge. With an enthusiasm that bordered on manic, he waved his arms dramatically as he explained the complex theories of time travel. "Think of time as a spaghetti noodle," he exclaimed, drawing a mixture of chuckles and bewildered looks from his audience. "You can twist it, turn it, or even throw it against the wall to see if it sticks. But be warned. If you twist it too much, you might just end up with a plate of confusion." A few students snickered, but most seemed more interested in their phones than in the eccentric professor's theories. Max continued, undeterred. "Now, imagine if we could reverse the noodle. Wouldn't that be something? You could undo every embarrassing moment in your life, like the time I tripped over my own shoelaces during a presentation at the International Time Symposium." He grinned at the memory, but the students' blank stares told him he had lost them. Just as Max was about to dive into a particularly dense equation involving hypothetical tachyons, an unexpected jolt rippled through the room. The lights flickered, and a low hum filled the air. "What the?" Max paused, squinting at his watch. The hands were spinning backward like they were auditioning for a circus act. The audience gasped, and then silence fell. Max's heart raced. "Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you this is not part of the presentation." He glanced at Jenna, his lab assistant, who was frantically typing on her laptop, her brow furrowed in concentration. As the clocks continued to spin in reverse, Max heard a distant laughter echoing through the hall, which slowly morphed into a chorus of confusion. "Is this some kind of performance art?" someone shouted from the back, causing another wave of laughter. Max's face flushed with embarrassment. "I swear, I didn't plan this." Then, just like that, the energy surged again, and with a final flicker of the lights, time reset itself. Max found himself staring at the same audience, only now they were looking at him with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. "What just happened?" Jenna asked, wide-eyed. Max checked his watch once more. "It's 2 hours earlier." "But how?" His mind raced. This can't be happening. We need to find out what caused this." In the days that followed, Max's world turned upside down, literally. As he and Jenna scrambled to understand the anomaly, they quickly discovered that time was unraveling at an alarming rate. People were beginning to forget their pasts, moments fading like dust in the wind. And as the days went by, Max noticed something unsettling. He, too, was losing memories. "Jenna, what was my mother's favorite recipe?" he asked one afternoon, panic creeping into his voice. Spaghetti." Jenna replied hesitantly. No. She never cooked spaghetti." It was. Max rubbed his temples in frustration, the memory slipping further away, like trying to grasp water with his bare hands. "Maybe we should ask Mr. Verity," Jenna suggested, referring to the quirky clockmaker who ran the local antique shop. "He might know something about this whole time reversal business." Max nodded, desperate for answers. They arrived at the shop, where the scent of old wood and ticking clocks enveloped them. Mr. Verity, an elderly man with wild eyebrows and a twinkle in his eye, was tinkering with an ancient grandfather clock. "Ah, time travelers," he exclaimed as they entered. "What can I do for you? Need to rewind a bad decision or fast forward through a boring lecture?" "Actually, we need help," Max said, his urgency palpable. "Time is reversing itself, and people are forgetting everything." Mr. Verity's expression shifted from playful to serious. "Ah, the temporal loop. You've triggered it, haven't you?" Max's heart sank. triggered it? But how? Your little demonstration, the clockmaker said, gesturing dramatically, has set off a chain reaction. You see, time is a delicate tapestry, and when it's pulled, well, let's just say the fabric begins to unravel. Max felt a chill run down his spine. What can we do to stop it? Only the one who caused the disturbance can mend it, Mr. Verity explained, his voice grave. But be warned, in doing so, you may have to confront your own past. Confront my past? Max echoed, his heart pounding. I don't even remember half of it. Exactly, Mr. Verity replied, a knowing smile on his face. Time has a way of making us forget what we'd rather not remember. Determined to make things right, Max set to work. He and Jenna returned to the lab, armed with notes and a renewed sense of purpose. As they dove deeper into research, they began to experience the surreal consequences of their actions. One day, Jenna walked into the lab, grinning. You won't believe this. I just ordered lunch, and they delivered it twice. Max couldn't help but laugh. Great. I hope they brought dessert, too. At this rate, we'll be gaining weight in reverse. As time continued to spiral backward, the absurdity of their situation became a strange source of humor. A week later, Max found himself in the grocery store, witnessing shoppers buy products that were slowly fading from existence. Why are you buying that? He asked a bewildered woman who had just grabbed a box of cereal labeled, Yummy Flakes, best before 1999. I think it's on sale, she replied, looking confused. Right, because who doesn't love a good vintage breakfast? Max shot back, shaking his head, yet beneath the humor lay a deepening anxiety. With each passing day, Max forgot more and more. Faces became blurry, names slipped away, and memories faded like ghosts. He tried to cling to what he could, but it was as if he was holding onto sand, feeling it slip through his fingers. Max, we need to fix this. Jenna insisted one afternoon, slamming her palm on the table. We can't just let it keep happening. Do you really think we can go back and fix it? Max asked, staring at the schematics scattered before them. What if we change things that shouldn't be changed? But we're already losing everything. Jenna countered, her frustration evident. What's the alternative? Max sighed. She was right. They had to act. With Mr. Verity's advice echoing in his mind, he began recalibrating his device. But it required more than just technical expertise. It required him to confront the memories he had lost. Let's think of the most important moments in our lives, Max said, pulling Jenna into the brainstorming process. What do you remember that's vital? They began to list memories, starting from their childhoods, but as they reminisced, Max realized he was drawing blanks on his own. I can't remember my father's face, he admitted, his voice trembling. Jenna placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. It's okay. We can get it back. We just have to keep going. And so they did. They traveled through memories, collecting moments like treasures in a scavenger hunt. Max relived his first bicycle ride, the thrill of freedom coursing through him, and the way his father cheered him on, face beaming with pride. Yet the joy was tinged with sadness as he felt other memories slip away. He stumbled upon an old memory of his first heartbreak, a date that had gone horribly wrong. Oh no, he groaned. I forgot how embarrassing that was. See? We need to embrace the past. Jenna said, laughter bubbling up. You can't erase it, but you can learn from it. As the days wore on, they gathered not just memories but a deeper understanding of themselves. Max rediscovered the love he had for his father, the passion for his work, and even the joy in his small triumphs. But time was still unraveling. The final straw came when Max realized he'd forgotten his mother's birthday entirely, a date that once held significant meaning. "Jenna, I can't lose this. I have to remember," he exclaimed, desperation creeping into his voice. She squeezed his hand reassuringly. "Then let's make it right. Let's set the device and pull everything back together." After days of intense work, they finally completed the recalibration. "Are you ready?" Jenna asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Max nodded, steeling himself. "Here goes nothing." With a deep breath, he activated the device, and a whirlwind of energy engulfed them. It felt like being caught in a cyclone of memories, each one flashing before him like a strobe light. He saw his father's face, the proud smile, the warm embrace. He felt the heartbreak, the joy, the laughter, the tears, all swirling together. In an instant, everything snapped back into place. The lecture hall reappeared, and the audience blinked in confusion. Time had reset, and Max found himself standing before them, the device humming quietly at his side. "Welcome back," he said, grinning at the bewildered expressions. "I hope." Max stood in front of the lecture hall, heart racing, as the applause echoed around him. For a moment, he felt like a conductor who had just led an orchestra through a symphony, where the notes had danced in perfect harmony. It was exhilarating, but also terrifying, as he glanced at Jenna, who beamed with pride. "Did you really just say, spaghetti?" she teased, nudging him playfully. "Hey, it worked, didn't it?" Max shot back, grinning. The adrenaline was still coursing through him, invigorating his every word. He could feel the memories flooding back, solidifying into something he could hold on to. The joy of his father's laughter, the warmth of family gatherings, and the comfort of familiar places, it all surged back, like a tide reclaiming the shore. As the audience quieted, a hand shot up from the back. It was a familiar face, one he had almost forgotten. "Professor Lin, what do we do if this happens again?" Max paused, the question hanging in the air. "Well," he began, "if you ever find yourself caught in a temporal anomaly, remember to keep your spaghetti noodles untangled. Also, find someone who can help, someone who understands the delicate threads of time." The crowd erupted in laughter again, and Max felt a swell of confidence. He was no longer just a quirky professor spouting theories. He was someone who had faced the unknown and come out the other side with a deeper understanding of himself and the world around him. After the lecture, students filed out, chattering excitedly about the unexpected turn of events. Jenna stayed behind, leaning against the podium. "What's next for you, Max?" "I think I need a vacation," he said, rubbing his temples. "Or at least a day off to reflect. There's a lot to unpack after this." "Sounds like a plan," she agreed, her expression turning serious. "But just remember, you don't have to do it alone. You've got me in your corner." As they walked out of the hall, Max felt lighter than he had in years. The weight of forgotten memories no longer pressed down on him. Instead, he was filled with a sense of gratitude for every moment that had led him to this point. Over the next few days, life returned to a semblance of normalcy. The world outside the university moved on, blissfully unaware of the temporal chaos that had unfolded. Max took long walks, enjoying the fresh air, and deliberately sought out conversations with friends and family he had neglected. Each interaction was a reminder of the value of connection. One afternoon, he found himself at a cafe, sipping coffee and savoring the simple pleasure of being present. The barista, a young woman with bright pink hair, served him with a smile. Back for more, Dr. Lin? Max chuckled. You'd think I'd get tired of it, but no. It's one of the few constants in my life. As he left the cafe, he decided to visit his mother. It had been too long since he had seen her, and he felt a twinge of guilt for the times he had been too caught up in his work to connect. He drove through the familiar streets, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and nervousness. When he arrived at her house, he knocked, and she opened the door, her eyes lighting up. Max! What a wonderful surprise! Hey, Mom, he said, enveloping her in a hug. It felt good, grounding him in a way he had forgotten. I was thinking we could have dinner together. Just like old times. I'd love that, she replied, her smile warm and inviting. You can tell me all about your latest adventures in time. Over dinner, they shared stories, laughter echoing in the kitchen. Max felt a sense of peace wash over him. He listened as his mother recounted tales of his childhood, and for the first time in a long while, he didn't just hear the words, he absorbed the emotions behind them. Each laugh, each sigh of nostalgia, painted a vivid picture of who he was and where he came from. Later, as they washed the dishes together, she looked at him, her expression serious. You know, I worry about you sometimes, Max. You get so lost in your work, you forget to live. I know, Mom, he said, meeting her gaze. But I've realized something important. Life isn't just about time, it's about the moments we create within it. I've been given a second chance to appreciate those moments. She smiled, and in that moment, he saw the pride shining in her eyes. It reminded him of the countless times he had looked for that approval, and for once, he felt he had earned it. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow across the kitchen, Max felt a deep sense of gratitude. He had faced the unknown and returned not just with memories, but with a renewed appreciation for the people and moments that truly mattered. The next day, Max returned to the university with a newfound energy. He was determined to share his experience, to inspire his students to see beyond the equations and theories. As he prepared for his lecture, he jotted down notes about living in the present, the importance of connections, and how the past, while significant, should not overshadow the joy of now. When he walked into the lecture hall, he felt different. The energy was palpable, and as he looked at the faces in the crowd, he realized they were all here for more than just theories, they were here for the stories behind the science. Good morning, everyone, he greeted, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. Today, we're not just going to talk about time. We're going to explore the moments that shape us, the relationships that define us, and the laughter that keeps us grounded. He shared his experience of the time reversal, the absurdity of losing and reclaiming memories, and the lessons he had learned along the way. The room filled with laughter as he recounted his mishaps, the ridiculousness of ordering lunch twice, and the surreal chaos of time unraveling. But amidst the humor, he emphasized the importance of cherishing every moment. You may think time is a straight line, but it's more like a winding path. Sometimes you'll stumble, sometimes you'll soar, but what matters most is how you choose to walk it. As he wrapped up, he felt a rush of satisfaction. The students were engaged, their eyes wide with curiosity, laughter still bubbling in the air. He knew he had made an impact, and it felt incredible. After the lecture, a group of students approached him, eager to discuss the ideas he had presented. One particularly bright student, Mia, asked, "Professor, do you think we can ever truly manipulate time?" Max smiled. In a way, we all manipulate time every day by the choices we make. The real question is how we choose to use the time we have. Do we spend it worrying about the past, or do we savor the present? They continued their discussion late into the afternoon, and as Max walked back to his office, he couldn't help but feel that he was exactly where he was meant to be. The future no longer seemed daunting. Instead, it was a canvas waiting for him to paint his experiences upon it. Weeks passed. Max embraced life with a vigor he hadn't felt in years. He attended family gatherings, joined friends for outings, and even took up painting, a hobby he had always wanted to explore. With every brushstroke, he found a new way to express the emotions that had once felt so bottled up inside him. One evening, while painting a sunset in the park, he spotted Jenna walking toward him. "Hey, Picasso. Looks like you found a new calling," she joked, taking a seat beside him on the grass. Max laughed, his face lighting up. "It's therapeutic. Who knew all I needed was a paintbrush and some color?" Jenna chuckled, but her expression turned contemplative. "I'm really glad to see you like this, Max. You've changed since the time reversal incident. You seem more present." "I think that's the key," he replied, staring at the canvas. "It's not just about the past or the future, it's about what we do with today." They spent the rest of the afternoon discussing everything from art to science, the conversation flowing effortlessly. For the first time in a long while, Max felt a connection that transcended friendship. It was a partnership forged through shared experiences and mutual respect. That evening, as they parted ways, Max turned to Jenna, feeling a surge of gratitude. "Thanks for being there through all of this. I couldn't have done it without you." "Anytime, Max. Just remember to keep that spaghetti untangled," she called back with a wink. Weeks turned into months, and life continued to unfold. Max's lectures became more popular, his paintings garnered interest in local galleries, and he found himself surrounded by friends and family more than ever before. The memories he had feared losing had become the foundation of a richer, fuller life. One afternoon, as he cleaned up his office, he stumbled upon an old journal filled with notes and sketches from his early days as a scientist. Flipping through the pages, he felt a rush of nostalgia. Each entry held a piece of his journey, his struggles, his triumphs, and everything in between. He paused at one particular entry dated years ago, detailing his dreams of understanding time. With a bittersweet smile, he realized how far he had come. He had learned that while time might bend and twist, it was the moments within it that mattered most. Inspired, Max decided to compile his experiences into a book, an exploration of time, memory, and the importance of living fully. He envisioned a narrative that intertwined scientific concepts with personal anecdotes, humor, and heartfelt lessons. It would be a tribute not just to time, but to the relationships that made life worth living. As he began to write, the words flowed effortlessly, spilling onto the pages like the vibrant colors of his paintings. He poured his heart into every chapter, sharing his journey through laughter and tears, and the revelations that had reshaped his understanding of existence. One evening, as he typed the final words, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. He had woven together the threads of his past, present, and future into a tapestry that reflected not just his experiences, but the experiences of all those he loved. After he hit send on the manuscript, Max leaned back in his chair, a smile spreading across his face. He had embraced the chaos of life and emerged stronger, more connected to the world around him. A few weeks later, the book was published, and he held the first copy in his hands. The cover featured an image of swirling galaxies, a nod to the mysteries of time. It was surreal to see his thoughts bound in a physical form, a culmination of everything he had learned. As he prepared for a book launch event, he felt a mixture of excitement and nerves. Friends, family, and students filled the bookstore, eager to hear him speak. When it was time to present, he stepped up to the podium, looking out at the faces that had supported him throughout his journey. "Thank you all for being here," he began, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "This book is a reflection of not just my experiences but the collective memories we all share. Time is a curious thing, it can slip away from us, but what we do with it is what truly counts." He shared snippets from his book, weaving humor and heartfelt reflections together. The audience laughed, gasped, and nodded in understanding. With every word, he felt a deeper connection to those around him, a reminder that they were all part of the same fabric of existence. Afterward, he signed books and mingled with guests, each conversation reaffirming the importance of relationships. As the evening drew to a close, Max stood outside the bookstore, the cool air refreshing against his skin. Jenna approached him, a wide smile on her face. "You did it, Max. I'm so proud of you," she exclaimed, wrapping him in a tight hug. "Thanks, Jenna. I couldn't have done it without your support," he replied, feeling a warmth spread through him. As they walked to their cars, Max looked up at the stars twinkling above. "You know, I've come to appreciate time in a whole new way. It's not just about the seconds ticking by but about the moments we create together." Jenna nodded, her eyes sparkling. "And that's the real magic of it." With a sense of contentment, Max headed home, ready to embrace whatever came next. He had learned to savor the present, to cherish the laughter, and to embrace the unpredictable nature of life. Each day was a gift, an opportunity to weave new memories into the fabric of his existence. As he lay in bed that night, he felt a profound sense of peace. The chaos of the past had shaped him, but it was the moments that followed, filled with love, laughter, and connection, that truly defined his journey. And for the first time in a long while, he drifted off to sleep with a smile on his face, knowing that no matter what the future held, he would face it with an open heart. And so, Max's adventure with time had come full circle. He had faced the chaos, learned to embrace the beauty of the present, and forged connections that would last a lifetime. As he dreamt, the stars twinkled above, a reminder that time, with all its twists and turns, was a canvas waiting to be painted with the stories of life. Max Talbot had always believed that the universe had a peculiar sense of humor. It was a notion he clung to as he stood in a crowded cafe, furiously pressing buttons on a device that looked like a cross between a toaster and a sci-fi gadget. Just moments ago, he'd accidentally activated a time portal, an event he'd promised himself would never happen again after the last incident involving a Renaissance fair and an overenthusiastic night. The cafe was buzzing with chatter, the smell of coffee thick in the air. Max was trying to work in a corner booth, surrounded by patrons who had long since abandoned their lattes for the spectacle before them. He wiped his brow, muttering under his breath, "This is just a prototype. They'll understand, eventually." Then, with a dramatic pop and a flash of light, the device erupted, showering the cafe in a cascade of coffee grounds and chaos. "Is that a new drink?" a nearby customer shouted, laughing. Max shot a grin in their direction, trying to brush off the embarrassment. "You could say it's a time blend latte." "Very, grounds for concern." As the laughter spread through the cafe, Max couldn't help but chuckle along. But then, a voice crackled in his earpiece, cutting through the joviality like a knife. "Max, get your act together." It was Agent Willow, his supervisor and, more importantly, the person who'd give him hell for every screw-up. "We've got a timeline anomaly, and it's critical. Get to the office." Max sighed, his good mood evaporating like the steam from a freshly brewed espresso. He gathered his things, sending a wink to the bemused barista who was still trying to clean the coffee explosion. As he stepped outside, he felt a mix of excitement and dread. This was all part of the job, after all. The headquarters of the time-tracking agency was a sleek building that looked more like a space station than an office. Max took a deep breath as he entered, a familiar wave of urgency washing over him. The fluorescent lights hummed above as he hurried through the bustling halls, dodging agents, tech specialists, and a particularly frazzled intern carrying an armful of holographic files that in Willow's office. The air was thick with tension. "Sit down, Max. We've got a situation." "Another time glitch?" Max asked, taking a seat and pulling out a pen that he immediately dropped. "Or did I inadvertently create a new time zone for caffeinated beverages?" Willow shot him a look that could curdle milk. "Focus, Talbot. We've detected a hidden timeline that's operating with technology far beyond anything we've seen. If this anomaly goes unchecked, it could cause catastrophic shifts across the multiverse." Max leaned forward, intrigued despite the gravity of the situation. "What's so special about this timeline?" "It's a futuristic utopia, flying cars, advanced AI, you name it. But it's hiding dark secrets. We need you to investigate, and you'll be partnered with Zara Voss." "Zara?" Max's face lit up. Zara was a renowned historian with a knack for the bizarre, not to mention the only person who could match his wit. "Perfect. Just what I need, a walking encyclopedia with social quirks. Just make sure you don't get yourself killed, Talbot. This timeline is said to be tricky." Max grinned. "Tricky is my middle name." "Well, not literally. That would be weird." As Max prepared for the mission, he couldn't shake the feeling of impending mischief. He made his way to the portal room, where swirling lights and holographic displays danced around him. With a deep breath, he stepped through the shimmering gateway. The moment they emerged, the world shifted dramatically. They found themselves in a city that seemed straight out of a sci-fi novel. Towering skyscrapers glimmered against a vibrant sky, with vehicles zipping overhead, leaving trails of shimmering light. "Welcome to Neo Arcadia," Zara said, adjusting her glasses, her eyes wide with excitement. "The future, or at least a version of it." Max couldn't help but smile. "I've always wanted to visit a place where my toaster could fly." As they ventured through the bustling streets, Zara pointed out various technologies, explaining their significance while Max struggled to keep pace. "Look at that. It's a neural interface. People use it to upload their memories directly into the cloud. And over there, a quantum generator powers the entire city." "Fascinating," Max replied, glancing at a group of people wearing headsets and floating a few inches off the ground. "But I think I'll stick with my coffee shop." Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. A man was shouting at a robot that had apparently miscalculated his coffee order. "I asked for a mocha, not a motor oil." Max snickered. "At least it's not a time bomb this time. Let's get to work." They began their investigation, but Max's penchant for trouble surfaced quickly. Trying to blend in, he accidentally activated a device that sent a flock of drones spiraling out of control. "Oops. I meant to do that," he declared as they buzzed around, causing a scene. Zara rolled her eyes but couldn't help stifling a laugh. "Maybe we should focus on the task at hand," she suggested, half seriously. "Fine, fine. No more drone juggling," Max replied, adjusting his collar as if he were the most serious time tracker in the universe. As they explored deeper, they uncovered chilling rumors among the citizens, a dark underbelly to the technological marvels. Whispers of people disappearing, reports of manipulation by the elite who controlled the energy source powering the timeline. It was clear that while the surface sparkled, something sinister lurked beneath. One evening, while scanning through the data they'd gathered, they found a hidden chamber on the city outskirts, rumored to be the headquarters of the elite. "Let's check it out," Max said, excitement bubbling within him. "Are you sure that's wise?" Zara raised an eyebrow. "Wise? Who wants to be wise when we can be heroes?" he replied, his grin infectious. As they infiltrated the chamber, they quickly realized it was far more than a mere hideout. It was a high-tech fortress. They sneaked through dimly lit corridors filled with holographic screens displaying historical events and timelines, each manipulated to serve the elite's purposes. "Look at this," Zara whispered, pointing to a screen. "They've erased entire events from history. This is a complete distortion of reality." "Not on my watch," Max said, determination setting in. "We need to expose this." Just then, they heard footsteps approaching. Max grabbed Zara's arm, pulling her into a nearby alcove. They held their breath, peeking out to see a figure approaching, a familiar face. "Agent Willow?" Zara whispered, her eyes wide. "Shoo!" Max hissed, realizing they had stumbled upon something much bigger than they had anticipated. Willow entered a large room where a group of individuals gathered. They were discussing the energy source, revealing plans to siphon technology from other timelines, erasing history to maintain control. Max and Zara exchanged horrified glances. This was it, the moment that would change everything. Max's heart raced. They needed to act quickly. "We have to find a way to stop this," he said quietly, formulating a plan. "Right, but how? We're outnumbered." Zara replied, her voice trembling. Max thought for a moment, then a mischievous grin spread across his face. "I have an idea. But it's going to be messy." Max and Zara executed their plan with a mix of chaos and comedy. Max triggered a series of gadgets he had on hand: miniature smoke bombs, a holographic projector, and a loudspeaker he found in his backpack. "Time's up, folks," the speaker blared, reverberating through the chamber as smoke billowed around them. "What the?" Willow exclaimed, shocked. Zara took the opportunity to rally the citizens who had been coerced into silence. "You don't have to live like this. This is your history." In the ensuing confusion, Max and Zara darted around, disabling the security systems and freeing the captured individuals. The atmosphere shifted, people began to realize their own power. The elite scrambled to regain control, but Max and Zara were one step ahead. Just as they thought victory was at hand, Willow cornered them. "You think you can just ruin everything I've built?" he shouted, anger flashing in his eyes. Max stepped forward, holding his ground. "What you built was a prison. You can't erase history for your gain. People deserve to know the truth." The room fell silent, tension thick in the air. Zara took a step back, recognizing the danger. But then, to everyone's surprise, Willow's expression softened. "You don't understand," he said, his voice dropping. "I thought I could make a better world." Max shook his head, stepping closer. "You're wrong. A world built on lies is no world at all." In that moment of vulnerability, Willow hesitated. The flicker of doubt in his eyes was palpable. With the citizens rallying behind Max and Zara, the tide began to turn. They demanded transparency, accountability, and the right to their own history. In the end, the uprising led to the collapse of the elite's control. Max and Zara stood amidst the chaos, a strange mix of triumph and disbelief washing over them. As the dust settled, they felt the weight of the timeline shift, restoring balance. "Did we just Save the multiverse? Zara asked, incredulous. I guess we did. And without even using my flying toaster. Max replied, chuckling. As they stepped out into the vibrant streets of Neo Arcadia, a sense of camaraderie blossomed among the citizens. Laughter erupted, and people began to share their stories, no longer afraid to speak their truths. Max turned to Zara, a wide grin on his face. You know, I think we make a pretty good team. Let's not get too carried away, she replied, rolling her eyes but unable to hide her smile. With their mission complete, they prepared to return home. As they activated the portal, Max paused for a moment, looking back at the city that had changed so dramatically. Time's funny, isn't it? He mused. One moment you're juggling coffee and drones, the next you're fighting for the future. Just another day in the life of a time tracker, Zara said, her eyes sparkling with humor, and with that, they stepped through the portal, ready to face whatever ridiculous adventure awaited them next. As the portal closed behind them, Max couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. They had traveled through time, challenged authority, and discovered the power of laughter and friendship amidst chaos. Let's stick to fixing coffee machines for a while, he joked, as they landed back in their office, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. And in that moment, Max knew that whatever the universe threw their way, they would tackle it together, one mishap at a time. As the portal closed behind them, Max and Zara found themselves back in the bustling office of the time tracking agency. The familiar hum of fluorescent lights surrounded them, a stark contrast to the vivid, chaotic energy of Neo Arcadia. Max rubbed the back of his neck, feeling the familiar tension slip away as the gravity of their recent adventure settled in. Can you believe we actually pulled it off? Zara exclaimed, her eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and excitement. We confronted an entire elite class and walked away unscathed. Unscathed, yes, but not without a few battle scars, Max replied, gesturing to his coffee-stained shirt, remnants of their explosive escape. I think I might be known as the guy who fights time while spilling coffee. Zara laughed, a genuine sound that echoed through the otherwise serious office. At least you've got a flair for the dramatic. Max plopped down in his chair, the thrill of adventure still coursing through his veins. I've always wanted to be a hero, he mused, pulling up a holographic display on his desk. The screen flickered to life, revealing reports of the timeline they just left. Looks like things are stabilizing over there. People are starting to reclaim their histories. Good. They deserve it, Zara replied, leaning over his shoulder to scan the data. We did the right thing, Max. But I have to admit, I didn't expect Willow to fold like that. Neither did I, Max said, shaking his head. It was like watching a villain have a change of heart in a bad movie. Part of me wonders if he'll truly stick to his word. Power has a funny way of corrupting people. True, but it's a start. Maybe we've given him something to think about, Zara replied thoughtfully. If he's open to change, there might be hope for him yet. Or we'll end up chasing him through time again, trying to stop another catastrophe, Max added, half serious. Zara smirked. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've just come back from a major mission. We should enjoy a quiet moment, at least until the next anomaly pops up. Just as she spoke, the intercom buzzed to life. Max, Zara, report to Agent Willow's office immediately, the voice crackled, cutting through their camaraderie like a cold breeze. Speak of the devil, Max muttered, rising from his seat. I'd say we should prepare for another round of chaos. As they walked through the familiar hallways, they couldn't help but exchange glances filled with apprehension and humor. Max nudged Zara, raising an eyebrow. Think we'll get a round of applause for saving the multiverse? Or maybe just a stern lecture on not blowing up coffee shops again, she shot back, rolling her eyes. Reaching Willow's office, they entered to find him pacing, a furrowed brow contrasting with the usual cool demeanor he carried. "Sit down," he instructed, a hint of urgency in his voice. Max took a seat, Zara following suit. "So, what's the situation?" Max asked, trying to keep the mood light despite the tension. Willow stopped pacing and turned to face them, his expression serious. "I've just received intel about another timeline. One that's in danger, and it's unlike anything we've encountered before." "Another crisis?" Zara asked, her interest piqued. "What makes this one so different?" "It's a timeline where time itself is breaking down," Willow explained, his voice low. "People are experiencing time loops, memories being overwritten. It's creating chaos, and if we don't intervene soon, it could spill into our reality." Max leaned forward, a frown settling on his face. "That sounds messy. What's causing it?" Willow sighed, running a hand through his hair. "There's an artifact, a device that manipulates time. It's been stolen, and the thief is using it recklessly, creating these disruptions." Zara's eyes narrowed. "Do we know who it is?" "Not for certain, but we believe it's linked to a group of rogue time travelers who want to rewrite history for their gain," Willow replied. "We need you two to track it down and restore order." Max felt a familiar thrill of adventure but also a flicker of anxiety. "When do we leave?" "Immediately," Willow said. "I'll provide you with the coordinates. You'll need to be careful, time loops can be unpredictable." Zara stood up, determination flooding her expression. "We're ready." Max nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders once more. "Let's do this." As they prepped for their next mission, Max couldn't shake the excitement mixed with a nagging fear. They had just saved one timeline, now, they were off to prevent another catastrophe. Grabbing his gear, he exchanged a quick glance with Zara. "Ready for a little time hopping?" he asked with a grin. "Always," she replied, her resolve shining through. The portal activated with a swirl of colors, pulling them into the unknown. They landed in a city that felt eerily familiar yet entirely off-kilter. Buildings seemed to shift and shimmer as if they were trying to escape from reality. Time-worn signs flickered, the words shifting from one language to another as if caught in a never-ending loop. "What's going on?" Max asked, scanning the surroundings. "It's worse than I thought," Zara muttered, her brow furrowing. "This place is in the midst of a time collapse." They stepped forward cautiously, aware of the distortion around them. People moved in a hurry, some running in circles, others seemingly unaware of the time loops playing out before them. A child appeared to be playing the same game over and over, his laughter echoing as he leapt into the air, only to land back in the same spot moments later. "This is disorienting," Max said, feeling a wave of dizziness. "How do we even begin to find the artifact here?" Zara pulled out her tablet, trying to scan for any anomalies. "If we can locate the center of these disturbances, we might find a clue about the artifact's location." As they navigated through the chaos, Zara's device beeped intermittently. "This way," she called, leading Max through a narrow alley where the distortion seemed strongest. They emerged into a central plaza, where the time loops converged, creating a vortex of confusion. Holographic projections of events flashed before them, historical moments, future possibilities, all tangled together. Max stared, mesmerized by the kaleidoscope of time. "This is incredible," he breathed, then shook his head, realizing they didn't have time to marvel. "We need to focus." Zara adjusted her tablet. If we can find the source of this chaos, we might be able to reverse the loops. But first, we have to identify the thief. Suddenly, a figure darted through the crowd, drawing their attention. Clad in a dark cloak, the individual moved with agility, slipping through the chaotic throngs like a phantom. There! That must be our thief! Mechs shouted, pointing. They took off in pursuit, weaving through the crowd, their hearts racing. The figure glanced back, revealing a mask obscuring their face, but not before Mechs caught a glimmer of something, a device clutched tightly in their hand. Stop! Zara shouted, but the figure only picked up speed. Mechs and Zara ran faster, adrenaline propelling them. They burst through the plaza, closing in on the thief. Just as they were about to reach them, the figure activated the device, and a wave of energy rippled through the air, sending Mechs and Zara stumbling back. Whoa! Mechs gasped, struggling to regain his footing. What just happened? The thief had disappeared, leaving only a trail of flickering images in their wake. The plaza felt disoriented, the people around them now stuck in an endless loop of confusion, unable to escape the chaos. We need to regroup, Zara said urgently, pulling out her tablet again. If that device can create such a powerful effect, we need to neutralize it before it's too late. Mechs nodded, his mind racing. We can't lose them. They have the key to fixing all of this. As they began to strategize their next move, Zara's device pinged again, showing a faint signal. It's tracking. They must be nearby. Let's go. Mechs urged, the thrill of the chase igniting his spirit once more. Following the signal, they wound through a labyrinth of alleys, each turn more chaotic than the last. With every step, the reality around them seemed to fracture further, the distortion intensifying. They finally emerged into a hidden courtyard, the air thick with tension. The cloaked figure stood at the center, backlit by the swirling energy of the artifact, a small, pulsating device that seemed to shimmer with every heartbeat. Hand it over. Mechs shouted, stepping forward with determination. The figure turned slowly, and for the first time, Mechs caught a glimpse of their eyes, intense and calculating. You think you can stop me? They taunted, voice smooth and confident. You're merely pawns in this game of time. Mechs felt a surge of frustration. You don't have to do this. People are suffering because of your greed. The figure chuckled, a sound laced with arrogance. You're too late. Time is already unraveling, and I will rewrite it as I see fit. Before Mechs could respond, the figure activated the device, and a wave of energy shot out, causing the world around them to shimmer violently. Time itself felt as if it were bending and breaking, the loops intensifying in a dizzying display. Zara, we need to stop them. Mechs yelled, adrenaline coursing through him as he rushed forward. With quick thinking, Zara tapped furiously on her tablet, attempting to analyze the artifact's energy signature. If I can create a feedback loop, it might disrupt their control. Do it! Mechs shouted, charging at the figure as they were momentarily distracted. In a flurry of movement, Mechs lunged for the artifact, but the figure anticipated him, sidestepping and delivering a sharp kick that sent him sprawling. Foolish, they taunted, lifting the device higher, the energy pulsating dangerously. Zara, focused and resolute, activated her tablet. Now, Mechs, she called, channeling all her energy into the feedback system. Axe scrambled to his feet, adrenaline propelling him as he dashed toward the figure once more. He knew they had to disrupt the energy flow, and he had one shot. With a swift motion, he tackled the cloaked figure, knocking them off balance. The device flew from their hand, clattering against the cobblestones. Zara! Mechs shouted, watching as the artifact began to flicker dangerously on it. Zara replied, her fingers flying across the tablet as she adjusted the settings. A brilliant flash erupted from her device, engulfing the artifact in a surge of light. "No," the figure screamed, scrambling to regain control. But it was too late. The energy backlashed, sending waves of power rippling through the courtyard. Mechs shielded his eyes, the brilliance blinding. The world around them began to stabilize as the distortion unwound, the chaotic loops slowly mending themselves. As the light dimmed, Mechs found himself on the ground, disoriented but alive. He looked around to find Zara at his side, both of them panting heavily. The cloaked figure lay unconscious a few feet away, the artifact now inert and harmless. "We did it," Mechs breathed, disbelief washing over him. Zara smiled, a mixture of triumph and relief. "We actually did it. The timelines are stabilizing. Let's get this device and figure out how to return it before things get worse," Mechs said, still catching his breath. They approached the figure carefully, ensuring they were secure. Mechs knelt, retrieving the artifact, feeling its faint pulse under his fingers. "I think we should take this back to the agency for further analysis," Zara suggested, examining the cloaked figure. "They'll want to know who they are and how they got this." Mechs nodded, his mind racing with thoughts of their next steps. "We'll need to ensure this doesn't happen again. It's too dangerous to leave in the wrong hands." As they prepared to transport the artifact back through the portal, the figure began to stir. "Don't think this is over," they murmured, eyes narrowing as they met Mechs's gaze. "You've only delayed the inevitable." Mechs exchanged a glance with Zara, who raised an eyebrow. "We'll see about that," she said, a determined glint in her eye. With the artifact secured, they activated the portal and stepped through, feeling the familiar tug of time swirling around them. When they arrived back at the agency, the weight of their journey settled over them. Mechs and Zara rushed to Willow's office, artifact in hand. The buzz of the office was a comforting reminder of their victory. "Mechs. Zara!" Willow exclaimed, standing as they entered. "What happened out there?" Mechs held up the artifact, adrenaline still coursing through him. "We stopped the rogue time traveler and stabilized the timeline. But they mentioned something about delaying the inevitable. I don't think this is over." Willow's expression grew serious as he examined the device. "We'll need to analyze this and understand the full implications. But you too, great work out there. You saved countless lives." Zara smiled, the thrill of victory lighting up her features. "It was a team effort." "Always is," Mechs added, sharing a proud glance with Zara. "Let's get to work," Willow said, his voice firm. "We have a lot to uncover, and it starts now." As they dove into the analysis of the artifact, Mechs felt a sense of accomplishment settle over him. They had faced the unknown, battled chaos, and emerged victorious, ready to confront whatever the universe had in store next. With Zara by his side, he knew they were ready for any challenge, any adventure. Time may twist and turn, but together, they would navigate its complexities, one extraordinary moment at a time. As the hours passed in the agency, filled with research and revelations, Mechs couldn't help but feel a sense of optimism. Whatever the future held, he and Zara were prepared to face it. Each mission was a step forward, not just in their careers but in their understanding of time, history, and what it meant to be the guardians of both. And as he looked over at Zara, typing diligently on her tablet, he knew they were not just partners in the field, but allies in the greater fight for truth and justice across the timelines. "Ready for round 3, he joked, breaking the silence. Zara looked up, her expression playful yet determined. "Always." And with that, they dove back into their work, ready to tackle the challenges that lay ahead, knowing that together, they could shape the very fabric of time itself. Max Quill adjusted her oversized sunglasses, taking in the eclectic vibe of the coffee shop. The place was a dizzying mashup of futuristic technology and retro decor, complete with a neon sign that proclaimed, "Coffee, the time traveler's fuel." She leaned against the counter, trying to blend in with the hip crowd of baristas and customers, but her mismatched socks and quirky, handmade jewelry screamed, "I'm not from around here." "Order up," the barista shouted, tossing a latte towards a customer who caught it with an impressive flourish. Max couldn't help but admire the grace with which the barista, who was wearing a bow tie and a top hat, worked. He was from the 19th century, desperately trying to grasp the intricacies of modern coffee making while simultaneously avoiding a hyperactive espresso machine that appeared to be attempting to escape. As she waited for her own drink, a simple black coffee, Max's thoughts drifted to the chaos of her life as a time warrior. It wasn't glamorous. Sure, she'd fought through countless eras, but all she wanted was a moment of normalcy. Instead, she often found herself in slapstick situations involving historical figures, existential dilemmas, and, at times, bizarrely aggressive coffee machines. Just as she took a sip of her lukewarm brew, an unfamiliar face caught her eye. He was wearing a sharply tailored suit, with an air of authority that made him stand out even in a place filled with time travelers. A glint of something metallic caught her attention. His lapel pin bore the emblem of the Temporal Authority, the most powerful faction of time manipulators. "Oh no," Max muttered under her breath, her mind racing. What was he doing here? She didn't want any trouble, especially not today. But before she could concoct a plan to make herself inconspicuous, the barista, who had just gotten the hang of making a double-shot cappuccino, accidentally sprayed a frothy cloud of milk right at the Temporal Authority guy. He sputtered, wiping his face in disbelief, and Max couldn't help but stifle a laugh. In an instant, the tension in the shop shifted. The Temporal Authority guy stood up, dripping milk and rage, and before Max could react, he turned his glare towards her. "This is unacceptable," he bellowed, causing heads to turn and eyes to widen. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the entrance. The door flew open, and in stormed a group of anachronists dressed in brightly colored leg warmers and headbands, chanting slogans about the freedom of time. The barista, caught in the middle of his latte artistry, managed to trip and sent his coffee machine flying toward the anachronists. "Time should flow freely," they shouted, dodging the flying equipment with surprising agility. Max realized that her coffee shop break had devolved into a full-blown time war. "Well, this escalated quickly," she murmured, grasping her coffee cup like a makeshift shield. The situation felt like a surreal blend of action and absurdity, and she couldn't help but appreciate the humor of it. With a deep breath, she dove behind the counter as the anachronists and the Temporal Authority engaged in a chaotic battle, complete with insults and wayward coffee supplies. Max found herself torn between wanting to help and simply wanting to avoid a facial from a latte. "Get the artifacts," one anachronist yelled, and Max's heart raced. Artifacts were what kept the timelines intact. If they fell into the wrong hands? Her eyes darted around, spotting an old coffee pot that looked strangely out of place. That might just work, she thought. Grabbing it, she stood up, her voice rising above the chaos. "Hey! Everyone! How about a coffee break?" The sudden distraction momentarily halted the fighting. She hoisted the coffee pot over her head like a trophy, its shiny surface catching the light. "Who wants some?" she shouted. Freshly brewed chaos. In that instant, Max saw her opportunity. She swung the pot around like a weapon, catching the anachronists off guard. One of them stumbled back, tripping over a fallen coffee machine. Laughter erupted from the crowd, easing the tension. Mech seized the moment, feeling a surge of confidence. "I don't know about you, but I'm not here for a historical lecture," she yelled, eyes sparkling with mischief. "I'm here for good coffee and great stories." Just then, a portal opened behind her, swirling with vibrant colors. Max's mentor, Elliot, appeared, looking exasperated. "Max, you're supposed to be helping us stabilize the timelines, not starting a coffee shop brawl." "Hey, I'm multi-talented," Max replied with a cheeky grin, ducking another flying coffee cup. "But first, I think we need to clean up this mess." With a flick of her wrist, she activated her time-warping ability, temporarily freezing everyone in place. The anachronists looked particularly bewildered, while the Temporal Authority members were frozen mid-sip of their lattes. Max took a moment to appreciate the absurdity of the scene, snapping a quick selfie with her frozen friends. Once satisfied, she unfroze them and dashed toward the exit. Time to get to work. Part 2 Max leaped through the portal, her heart racing as she emerged in a neon-lit 1980s mall. The walls were plastered with posters of pop stars, and the air buzzed with synthesizer music. She couldn't help but grin. This was the best time period ever for sheer entertainment. Her mission was clear: find the lost sock that held a key artifact in the 80s. It was silly, but it was essential. Rumor had it that it could stabilize chaotic time fluctuations. Max maneuvered through the throngs of shoppers, dodging neon leg warmers and shoulder pads. She spotted a store named "Sock It to Me," with bright colors and a disco ball spinning overhead. Perfect, she thought, racing inside. As she rifled through piles of wild socks, a group of anachronists, now dressed like they had just walked out of a music video, burst in, intent on causing mayhem. "Stop her," one shouted, pointing dramatically. Oh," Max whispered, hastily tossing a pair of fuzzy socks behind her. "Time for some quick thinking." "Who said socks can't fly?" she shouted, grabbing a handful and tossing them like frisbees. The anachronists dodged and stumbled, their expressions a mix of confusion and fury. "Why are we being attacked by socks?" one yelled, looking as if he couldn't believe this was how his day was going. "Because you chose the wrong time to mess with the wrong time warrior," Max declared, her confidence swelling. She snagged a sparkly sock from the display, the legendary artifact glittering in the light. "Gotcha." With the sock in hand, she dashed back to the exit, but the anachronists weren't ready to let her go. They pursued her, creating a ridiculous scene reminiscent of a bad chase in a cheesy movie. Max bolted toward the food court, where a gaggle of patrons cheered her on as if they were watching a performance. "Go, Max, go," they shouted, and she couldn't help but feel like a celebrity. Finally, she spotted an exit and dove through, landing with a thud in the Renaissance, a place of art and intellectualism. The world was a swirl of color, with artists painting, thinkers discussing, and a few courtiers glancing her way with raised eyebrows. "Great," she muttered, brushing herself off. "Now to find that spatula." As she navigated through the crowded square, she spotted a stall overflowing with kitchen gadgets and cooking utensils. But just as she approached, a pompous painter bumped into her, splattering paint all over her shirt. "Watch where you're going, commoner," he snapped, flicking his paintbrush with disdain. "Commoner?" Max laughed, looking down at the bright colors splattered across her. "Have you seen this look? It's all the rage in the 21st century." The painter was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Max seized the moment, slipping into the stall and grabbing the spatula before anyone could stop her. As she turned to leave, a group of guardians of paradox cornered her, their faces serious and intent. "You're meddling with time, girl," one warned. "Oh, is that what I'm doing?" Max shot back, brandishing the spatula like a sword. "I thought I was just picking up some kitchenware." Just as the tension escalated, a commotion erupted behind her. The pompous painter had tripped over his own easel and sent paint flying everywhere, creating a beautiful chaos. Max took advantage of the distraction and bolted. "I need a vacation from all this madness," she yelled as she sprinted toward the portal. After a chaotic leap through time, she landed in a dystopian future, where towering buildings cast long shadows over the desolate streets. Here, technology reigned supreme, but people seemed more robotic than ever. "Just my luck," she muttered. "This should be a blast." She scanned the area, looking for the smartphone that contained critical data for stabilizing the timelines. "Where would I hide if I were a smartphone?" she wondered aloud. Her thoughts were interrupted by a group of rebels who emerged from the shadows. "You don't belong here," they shouted, aiming makeshift weapons at her. "Really? I thought I'd drop by for a cup of dystopia," Max quipped, hands raised in mock surrender. "But I'm actually looking for a smartphone." "An undercover agent," one rebel declared. "Get her." Max didn't have time to explain. She dashed down an alley, with the rebels hot on her heels. Just as they were closing in, she spotted a glint of metal, a smartphone perched precariously on a ledge. "Gotcha," she shouted, diving for it as the rebels stumbled over each other, their shouts echoing in her ears. She grabbed the phone and turned, triumphant, but her victory was short-lived. The rebels were right behind her, closing the gap. Using the smartphone's GPS, she activated a hidden time warp feature, opening a swirling portal right in front of her. "Sorry, fellas. Time's up," she yelled, jumping through just as they reached her. Emerging back in the coffee shop, she landed gracefully, artifacts in hand, to find chaos had erupted. The temporal authority and anachronists were still at each other's throats, but now there were guardians of paradox in the mix, looking equally confused. Max took a deep breath, glancing at the artifacts. "All right, everyone. Time to settle down and have a chat," she declared, waving the sock, spatula, and smartphone in the air like a parade leader. They turned to her, a mix of incredulity and annoyance on their faces. "What do you want?" one of the temporal authority members snapped. "I want peace," Max replied, heart racing but voice steady. "We're all time travelers here. We can work together. Or you can get caught in the time loop of your own making," shouted an anachronist. "Really? Who wrote that line? A fortune cookie?" Max shot back, feeling the tide shift in her favor. The factions paused, glancing at each other. Max seized the moment, her excitement bubbling over. "Look! We're all fighting over time, but we all live in it. Let's come up with a solution that allows us to coexist." "Like a coffee date," an anachronist quipped, earning a laugh from the crowd. "Yes. Exactly," Max exclaimed, energized. "How about a time-sharing agreement? Everyone gets a little piece of history to manage without messing it all up." The bickering factions looked at one another, considering her proposal. Slowly, a sense of camaraderie began to form, laughter replacing the tension. And just like that, the coffee shop turned into an unexpected hub of negotiations, complete with Max as the unlikely peacekeeper. "Now, can we finally have that coffee?" she asked, grinning widely. As they all settled in for a discussion over lattes and time travel tales, Max realized that sometimes, the best way to control time was simply to embrace the chaos and share a laugh. In the end, she may not have been the perfect time warrior, but she was definitely the most entertaining one. As the coffee shop buzzed with lively conversation, Max leaned back in her chair, watching the once hostile factions engage in a spirited debate over their respective eras. The temporal authority representatives, now somewhat softened by the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, argued for the importance of maintaining a strict timeline, while the anachronists passionately advocated for creativity in chaos. Meanwhile, the guardians of paradox weighed in, suggesting that balance was key. Max couldn't help but smile. This was what she'd hoped for, a melting pot of ideas, where time travel didn't just mean hopping from one moment to the next, but learning from each other's experiences. She took a sip of her latte, the warm, rich flavor grounding her in the reality of the moment. "All right, let's hear some proposals," she said, raising her voice above the chatter. "What do you all think would make for a better timeline?" A young anachronist, sporting a pair of oversized glasses, jumped up. "How about a festival for time travelers? Each faction could showcase its era, and we could all learn from one another." Max nodded enthusiastically. "That's a great start. A time festival. We could have exhibitions, storytelling sessions, and even cooking demonstrations from different periods." A representative from the temporal authority frowned, crossing his arms. "What's to stop chaos from taking over? We can't have people running amok through time." Max leaned forward, trying to quell his concerns. "The festival could have structure. Think of it as a controlled celebration of history. We can set guidelines, strict ones, if you like, while still allowing for some fun." A murmuring of agreement spread through the group, and Max felt her confidence growing. "Plus, we can set up a timeline stabilization team to ensure everything stays intact during the event. That way, if anyone tries to mess with time, we can catch them right away." Elliot, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. "This could work, Max. We've always been divided by our interpretations of time, but perhaps it's time to unify our efforts for the greater good." Encouraged, Max continued. "And we can invite citizens from all eras. Imagine the camaraderie we could foster. You could learn to dance the Charleston, while they could teach you how to moonwalk." The crowd laughed, the atmosphere shifting as ideas flowed more freely. Soon, individuals were breaking off into small groups, each brainstorming ways to make the festival a success. Max wandered among them, feeling a rush of satisfaction as she witnessed the once feuding factions collaborating. "Max," Elliot called, beckoning her over. "I think we need to talk logistics. We'll need volunteers, materials, and coffee." Max interrupted, grinning. "You can never have too much coffee at a time festival." Elliot chuckled, shaking his head. "Right. But we'll also need a safe space for the artifacts. We can't have them getting lost or worse, stolen." "Good point," she replied, her mind racing. "We could set up a secure area with guards from each faction. That way, everyone's invested in protecting the timeline." "Brilliant," Elliot said, his eyes sparkling with pride. "And we can host workshops. Each faction could teach participants about its time period's customs and technologies." The two of them dove into planning, jotting down ideas on napkins and scraps of paper. Max's enthusiasm was infectious, and soon they had a full outline of events, including timelines for setting everything up. As the discussions continued, she felt a sense of purpose wash over her. This wasn't just about restoring timelines or battling over who had the right to history. It was about creating a shared experience that highlighted the best of each era while fostering a sense of community. Later that evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting warm hues through the coffee shop windows, the group had transformed into a unified team, each person motivated by the prospect of the upcoming festival. Max leaned back in her chair, surveying the scene with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room. The door swung open, and a wild-eyed man stumbled in, his clothes tattered and covered in dirt. "Help!" he gasped, collapsing against the counter. "They're coming!" Max jumped up, adrenaline surging. "Who's coming?" "The Time Snatchers," he exclaimed, gasping for breath. "They're a rogue faction that wants to control all timelines for themselves. I barely escaped." A hush fell over the coffee shop, the earlier camaraderie evaporating as tension seeped back into the air. The members of the Temporal Authority exchanged worried glances, while the anachronists looked ready to spring into action. "What do we do?" one of the Guardians asked, nervously fiddling with his timepiece. Max stepped forward, her heart pounding. "We need to unite now more than ever. If they want to disrupt the timelines, we can't let them succeed." The man's eyes widened. "You don't understand. They're ruthless. They'll stop at nothing to get what they want. Then we'll be ready for them," Max declared, her voice steady. "Let's put our plans into action and protect our timelines together. We can't let fear divide us." The room buzzed with renewed determination as the factions began strategizing. Max led the charge, rallying everyone into action. They gathered supplies, devised a plan to fortify the coffee shop, and set up surveillance to keep an eye out for any sign of the Time Snatchers. As night fell, the once cozy cafe transformed into a command center. The baristas brewed pot after pot of coffee, while the factions organized their defenses. Max could see the glimmers of hope in everyone's eyes, knowing they were standing together for a cause greater than their individual agendas. Just as they finalized their plans, the sound of distant shouting echoed through the streets. "They're here," someone cried out, pointing toward the window. Max's heart raced as she moved to the front, peering out into the darkness. Shadows loomed, figures moving swiftly in the night. They were close, very close. "Prepare yourselves," she shouted, adrenaline surging through her veins. "We fight for our timelines. We fight for our future." As the door burst open and the Time Snatchers flooded in, Max felt a sense of clarity wash over her. This was it. She was no longer just a clumsy time warrior trying to find her place. She was a leader, ready to protect everything she had worked for. The clash began. Max dodged and weaved through the chaos, her heart racing as she saw her newfound allies spring into action. An anachronist swung a makeshift weapon, while a member of the Temporal Authority created a protective barrier with their advanced tech. Max grabbed a coffee pot and used it like a shield, hurling it at an incoming assailant. "Fight smart," she shouted, her voice cutting through the noise. "We're not just warriors, we're a team." Elliot was by her side, directing their defenses and using his time manipulation abilities to freeze incoming attacks momentarily. The Guardians held their ground, keeping the Time Snatchers at bay while the anachronists peppered the attackers with clever tricks and distractions. Max could see that they were gaining ground, the unity of their efforts turning the tide. The Time Snatchers, expecting easy prey, began to falter as they realized they were up against a united front. "Push them back," Max urged, feeling the rush of adrenaline as she charged forward with a group of rebels. "We can't let them take what we've built." The fight was fierce, but Max felt alive in a way she never had before. Each strike and counter was not just about survival, it was about protecting the very essence of time itself. Just when it seemed they might overwhelm the intruders, the leader of the Time Snatchers emerged, a tall figure with a menacing glare, brandishing a time device that shimmered ominously. Fools! You think you can defy the course of history? I'll take what I want. Max's breath hitched. This was the moment she had prepared for. Not if we can help it, she shouted, rallying her allies once more. We're not going to let you ruin everything. With a final surge of energy, she propelled herself forward, channeling her skills as a time warrior. Elliot. Now. At her command, Elliot unleashed a wave of energy, manipulating the flow of time to slow the Snatcher's movements. In that split second, Max lunged for the device, her heart racing as she reached for it. The leader stumbled, caught off guard by the sudden shift in momentum. Together. Max yelled, feeling the power of unity surge through her as her allies converged around her, pushing the Snatcher back with their combined strength. With one swift motion, Max grabbed the device, wresting it from the leader's grasp. It felt electric in her hands, a tangible representation of their victory over division and chaos. Now, let's end this, she declared, channeling the energy into a protective barrier that enveloped the coffee shop. The Time Snatchers reeled back, caught in the shimmering glow. As the light expanded, Max felt the weight of history shifting around her. The timelines began to stabilize, and the chaotic energy dissipated, leaving only a sense of calm. The remaining Time Snatchers, realizing they were defeated, retreated, their leader cursing under his breath as they fled into the night. Cheers erupted in the coffee shop, and Max couldn't help but laugh, exhilarated by the triumph. "We did it," she shouted, feeling the warmth of camaraderie wash over her. Elliot grinned, pulling her into a quick embrace. "You led us well, Max. You truly are a time warrior." As the crowd celebrated, Max's thoughts drifted to the upcoming Time Festival. They had turned a chaotic situation into something powerful and unifying. "We can use this energy to propel our plans forward," she exclaimed. Over the next few hours, they regrouped, sharing stories and laughter, forging deeper connections as they planned the festival. It felt like a new dawn for their once fractured factions, a chance to redefine their relationship with time. Together. As dawn broke over the horizon, the coffee shop filled with the scent of fresh coffee, the group prepared for what lay ahead. They would face challenges, but together, they could create a world where time wasn't just a commodity to be controlled, but a rich tapestry of experiences to share. Max stood at the window, watching the sun rise, its golden rays promising a new beginning. She knew this was just the start of their journey, one filled with endless possibilities and the kind of adventures that made life truly worth living. "All right, everyone," she called, turning back to the group, her heart full of excitement. "Let's make this festival unforgettable." And as they set to work, Max felt a deep sense of belonging wash over her. In the swirling chaos of time, she had found her place, not just as a warrior, but as a bridge between worlds, ready to embrace whatever came next. With laughter, collaboration, and a spirit of adventure, they were prepared to create something extraordinary, and that, she realized, was the most powerful time travel of all. Max Keller was the kind of lawyer you'd want to have on your side, if you didn't mind that he often forgot his own coffee in the microwave and wore mismatched socks that were more quirky than fashionable. He worked at a law firm that specialized in an unusual niche, interdimensional legal disputes. In simpler terms, he solved legal problems that spanned across parallel universes, which was as bewildering as it was lucrative. The firm's office was a riot of color and chaos, resembling a postmodern art installation more than a place of serious business. A large, inflatable giraffe served as the unofficial mascot, hovering in the corner next to the copy machine that occasionally hummed "Eye of the Tiger." Max, however, preferred the company of his own bizarre creation, a sentient toaster that often offered unsolicited advice on matters of culinary ethics. On this particular Tuesday morning, as Max ambled into the office, he was greeted by the melodious clang of a bell. "Morning, toaster," he called out, giving the appliance a casual pat. The toaster, whom he'd affectionately named Crumb, winked at him, because of course, it could. Max had just settled into his cluttered desk when his boss, Ms. Jenkins, stormed in, her heels clicking aggressively against the floor. Her hair, a meticulously styled blonde bob, looked like it could stand up to a tornado. "Max, we have an emergency," she declared, her eyes wide with urgency. He straightened up, intrigued. "What is it this time?" "Another case of dimensional copyright infringement involving a guy who wrote a bestseller in 3 different realities?" "Worse," she exclaimed. "We have a client, a toaster, to be specific, who claims it's being framed for stealing bread from a parallel universe. And get this, there's evidence suggesting that several universes are colluding to rewrite the entire multiverse legal code." Max raised an eyebrow, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Wait, we're talking about interdimensional conspiracies and rogue toasters? I've finally found my niche in legal drama." "Focus, Max." Ms. Jenkins snapped, but there was a hint of amusement in her eyes. "This is serious. If they succeed, it could redefine reality as we know it." Max couldn't resist the allure of adventure. "Well, let's get to the bottom of this toaster conspiracy. After all, it's not every day you get to save the multiverse." With that, Max sprang into action. He'd seen many odd things in his career. Sentient kitchen appliances were just the tip of the iceberg, but this sounded like the ultimate case. He grabbed his briefcase, still adorned with old stickers from various legal conferences, and headed out with Ms. Jenkins in tow. Their first stop was an emergency meeting with Lila, the firm's resident quantum physicist. Lila was a whirlwind of energy, her hair a vibrant purple that seemed to defy gravity. "So, you're telling me that the fate of multiple realities rests on a toaster's shoulders?" she asked incredulously, adjusting her oversized glasses. "Essentially," Max replied, barely suppressing a laugh. "And if we don't act fast, the legal implications could toast us all." Lila raised an eyebrow, amused but intrigued. "I might have a way to help. I've been working on a device that allows you to communicate with alternate versions of yourself across different realities. You could gather intel from them." Max's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let's do it." They set up the device, a strange contraption that looked like a cross between a radio and a blender, and Max took a deep breath. "Here goes nothing," he said, pressing the large, green button. Suddenly, a holographic image flickered to life before him. The alternate Max appeared, looking strikingly well-groomed in a tailored suit. "Greetings, my alternate self," the doppelganger said, exuding charm. "You look different." "Yeah, I tend to lean more towards organized chaos," Max replied, gesturing to his messy desk. "But enough about me. I need your insights into a serious matter involving rogue toasters and multiverse law." The alternate Max raised an eyebrow. "Ah, the infamous Crumb. I heard about that case. Look, if you want to win, you'll need to appeal to the court sense of absurdity. Trust me, I wrote a bestseller on the subject." Max nodded, inspired. "That's genius. We need to find a way to prove our toaster's innocence by showcasing the ridiculousness of the charges." As they delved deeper into the complexities of interdimensional law, Max encountered various alternate selves who provided colorful insights. One version of himself was a successful author, spinning tales of whimsical adventures. Another was a zany lawyer who specialized in defending sentient animals. Each encounter filled him with both laughter and inspiration, and Max realized that every version of himself had unique strengths to draw from. Just when they thought they had a solid plan, Ms. Jenkins called them back. "Max, we need to meet the client," she insisted, leading him to a rather gloomy conference room. To his surprise, the client turned out to be none other than Crumb the toaster. It sat at the table, a look of determination etched into its metallic facade. "I demand justice," it exclaimed in a surprisingly robust voice, complete with a thick accent. "These accusations are as absurd as charging a coffee maker for caffeination crimes." Max couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, Crumb. We're going to fight for your right to toast freely." The next few days were a whirlwind of preparation. Max and Lila gathered evidence, interviewing witnesses from alternate realities, including a particularly chatty bread loaf who claimed it had been wronged. They scoured through countless legal texts, highlighting the absurdities of the multiverse law and preparing their defense. Finally, the day of the trial arrived, and Max felt a surge of nerves mixed with excitement. The courtroom was an eclectic mix of beings from various dimensions, each more peculiar than the last. There were intergalactic beings, sentient plants, and even a judge who resembled a giant floating squid with a gavel. As the proceedings began, Max took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Your Honor, members of the jury, today we're here to discuss a case that challenges the very foundation of justice across the multiverse," he started, his voice steady. The prosecutor, a pompous figure with a thick mustache, scoffed. "To charge a toaster with theft? Absurd." Max grinned. "Exactly. The very notion of a toaster stealing bread is a slap in the face to reason. This is a case of mistaken identity wrapped in an interdimensional farce." As Max continued his argument, the audience was drawn into his infectious enthusiasm. He painted a picture of the bizarre legal landscape, illustrating how ridiculous it would be to hold a toaster accountable for something as silly as bread theft. With each word, the tension in the room shifted. Just as it seemed they were gaining ground, the prosecutor pulled a last-minute surprise, revealing a hidden agenda among the parallel universes to manipulate the legal system for their own gain. The courtroom erupted in chaos as accusations flew, and it became clear that the case was much larger than just a toaster. Realizing they were in over their heads, Max reached out to his alternate selves once more. "I need ideas," he shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. One of the alternate Maxes appeared, looking thoughtful. "Why not turn the tables? Use the absurdity against them. Challenge the very laws they're trying to manipulate." With a newfound sense of purpose, Max returned to the courtroom. "Your Honor, I would like to propose an alternative solution. If we're to rewrite laws based on absurdity, let's do so in a way that benefits all realities, especially the ones where kitchen appliances are not only sentient but capable of making their own legal arguments." The judge, a tentacled being with a penchant for puns, raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Interesting, go on." Max seized the opportunity, presenting a series of humorous counterarguments that highlighted the ridiculousness of the situation. He illustrated how each universe had unique quirks, and rather than imposing one set of laws, they should embrace the diversity of perspectives. As laughter filled the courtroom, the tide began to turn. The audience resonated with his message, and even the judge chuckled at the absurdity of it all. In a stunning twist, the judge ruled in favor of Crumb, recognizing that the multiverse needed laws that respected the individuality of each reality. With the trial concluded, Max felt a rush of triumph. He had defended a toaster and, in doing so, found a deeper understanding of his own life and work. As he walked out of the courtroom, Lila by his side, he couldn't help but grin. "Looks like we saved the multiverse," she said, laughing. "What's next for you, Max? Writing a book about this adventure?" "Funny you should mention that," he replied, his eyes twinkling. "I might just start with a series on kitchen appliances and their legal rights. Who knows where that could lead?" As they stepped into the vibrant chaos of the firm, Max realized that life was full of surprises, especially when you embraced the absurdity of it all. The case of Crumb the toaster had not only been a wild adventure but a reminder that sometimes the most outlandish challenges could lead to the ultimate revelations, and just as he was about to settle back into his desk, the phone rang. He picked it up. Max's head spun with excitement as he hung up the phone. Just when he thought he could kick back and enjoy a moment of normalcy, the universe threw another curveball his way. He turned to Lila, who was still buzzing from their recent victory. "Looks like we're back in the saddle," he said, grinning. "An alien life form wants to sue a reality TV show? Sounds like my kind of case. Right?" Lila replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "What do you think this alien's issue is? A bad portrayal? Editing that made them look like a villain? Or maybe they just don't appreciate being the token weird one on a reality show," Max suggested, already brainstorming ideas. "Let's meet with them and see what we're dealing with." They gathered their things and headed out, a skip in Max's step that was hard to contain. The case had all the makings of an epic showdown, and if there was anything he'd learned, it was that the multiverse had an endless supply of strange and wonderful stories. They arrived at a small cafe that served as a meeting point for interdimensional clients. The place was adorned with eclectic decor, neon signs from different realities, paintings that seemed to shift and change depending on the viewer's mood, and the distinct aroma of coffee blended with what Max could only describe as cosmic spice. "Just another day at the office," he quipped as they found a corner table. A moment later, the door swung open, and in floated their client, Xylox, an alien with shimmering skin that glowed like a disco ball and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Xylox greeted them with an exuberant flourish. "Greetings, Earth lawyers. I come seeking justice." Max's grin widened. "We're all about justice here, especially when it involves reality TV." Xylox took a seat, excitement radiating from every shimmering pore. "I was featured on the reality show Galactic Whirlwind, where they promised to show the true beauty of my culture. But what did they do?" He dramatically paused, his skin flickering with hues of indignation. "They turned my ancestral dance into a meme." "A meme?" Max tried to stifle a laugh, but the image was too much. "So, they made you a viral sensation? Not the good kind. They edited the footage to make me look like I was dancing in a food fight with sentient pies." Xylox exclaimed, gesturing wildly. "The shame! The dishonor!" Lila interjected, her brow furrowing. "So, you want to sue them for defamation and emotional distress?" "Exactly," Xylox said, nodding vigorously. "And for the destruction of my cultural integrity. My family is very upset." Max leaned back in his chair, the wheels in his head turning. "All right, Xylox, we'll take your case. But first, we need to gather evidence. We'll need footage, testimonials from your family, anything that proves your rightful reputation has been tarnished." Xylox's eyes sparkled brighter. "I can provide footage. And my cousin Zog is a renowned intergalactic influencer. He will support my claim." "Perfect," Max said, excitement bubbling up. Let's get started. As they formulated their strategy, the conversation flowed easily, and Max found himself enjoying the peculiarities of this new case. Xylox's dramatic flair brought a refreshing energy to their discussions, and the alien's passion for his culture was infectious. They spent the next few days gathering evidence and preparing for the upcoming trial. Max immersed himself in Xylox's world, learning about the customs, traditions, and the significance of each dance step that had been mockingly edited. With each new piece of information, Max's conviction grew stronger. This was more than just a legal battle, it was a fight for identity. Lila worked on the technical aspects, ensuring they had the original footage and could dismantle the edits made by the production team. The two of them crafted a solid strategy, combining legal expertise with Xylox's vibrant personality, hoping to create a narrative that would resonate with the jury, whoever they might be in this bizarre multiverse court. When the day of the trial arrived, Max felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. They stepped into the courtroom, a kaleidoscope of colors and beings from countless dimensions. It was a far cry from the mundane courtrooms of Earth, and Max couldn't help but feel invigorated by the chaotic energy around him. The judge, a peculiar creature with a floppy hat and multiple eyes, brought the room to order. Case of Xylox vs. Galactic Whirlwind Productions, is it? Yes, Your Honor, Max said confidently, stepping forward. We are here to address the serious matter of defamation and the misrepresentation of a proud cultural heritage. The prosecutor, a slick-looking humanoid with an air of superiority, smirked. Your Honor, this is a frivolous case. Xylox seeks to sue a reality show that is known for exaggeration. How can we take this seriously? Max's heart raced. Because this is not just about exaggeration, it's about respect. Xylox represents a culture that deserves dignity and understanding. Their portrayal is a violation of their identity. Xylox stood, shimmering with indignation. I am not a meme. I am a being of culture. My dance tells a story of my people. The judge leaned forward, intrigued. And what story is that? Max seized the moment, gesturing to Xylox. Let us show you. With Lila's help, they played the original footage. As the vibrant dance unfolded on the screen, the audience watched, captivated. The colors danced with joy, the movements flowed with purpose, and for a brief moment, the courtroom transformed into a celebration of Xylox's heritage. When the footage finished, a silence fell over the room. Max stepped forward, voice steady. This is the essence of Xylox. The footage they edited reduced him to a punchline, erasing the beauty of his culture in favor of entertainment. The judge stroked his chin thoughtfully, glancing at the prosecutor, who appeared flustered. I must admit, this is quite compelling. As the trial continued, witnesses were called, including Xylox's cousin Zog, who brought a crowd of supporters from various dimensions. They shared heartfelt testimonials about the significance of Xylox's culture, reinforcing the importance of respect and integrity in representation. The tide began to turn in favor of Xylox, and Max felt a surge of confidence. They had built a powerful narrative, blending law with the raw emotion of cultural identity. The prosecutor, realizing the situation was slipping from their grasp, resorted to desperate tactics, attempting to undermine Xylox's credibility by digging into personal history. Is it true that you were once a contestant on a different reality show? The prosecutor sneered. What makes you any different from the other participants? Xylox, unfazed, responded with grace. My past experiences are part of my journey, but they do not define my worth or the value of my culture. I seek justice, not revenge. Max couldn't help but feel a rush of pride. Xylox's response resonated, and he knew they were on the cusp of a victory. As the final arguments were made, he stood before the judge, focusing intently. "Your Honor, we have shown not only the absurdity of the claims against Xylox but also the profound impact that misrepresentation can have on individuals and communities. Let this case set a precedent for all those who feel silenced, overlooked, or reduced to a stereotype." The judge nodded, deep in thought. Before announcing a recess to deliberate. As they waited, Max felt a mix of nervous anticipation and hope. "No matter what happens," he said to Xylox and Lila, "we've made our point. You've shown the importance of your culture, and that matters more than the outcome." Moments later, the judge returned, his multiple eyes narrowing as he spoke. "After careful consideration, I have reached a decision." Max held his breath, heart pounding. The court recognizes the significance of Xylox's cultural representation and the damage caused by the actions of Galactic Whirlwind Productions. "I hereby rule in favor of Xylox, ordering the production company to cease further use of the footage and to provide reparations for emotional distress." A roar of cheers erupted from Xylox's supporters, and Max felt a wave of relief wash over him. They had won. Xylox shimmered with joy, his colors pulsating in a vibrant dance of victory. "Thank you, Earth lawyers. You have restored my honor." As they left the courtroom, Lila couldn't contain her excitement. "We did it. Not only did we defend Xylox, but we also created a ripple that could change how interdimensional cases are handled." Max laughed, the thrill of the win energizing him. And who knew that being a lawyer could be this much fun? Their celebration continued over coffee at the cafe, where Xylox regaled them with stories of his home planet and the fascinating customs they had yet to discover. As the sun set, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the sky, Max felt a sense of fulfillment wash over him. In the days that followed, news of their victory spread across the multiverse. Xylox became a symbol of cultural pride, and Max's reputation as an interdimensional lawyer soared. They received more calls from beings seeking legal representation, and Max found himself immersed in a world of stories that were as varied and vibrant as the multiverse itself. With each new case, he discovered that law was not just about rules and regulations, it was about humanity, dignity, and the shared experiences that connected them all, no matter which universe they hailed from. And as for Crumb the toaster, he soon found himself in high demand, defending his fellow appliances from accusations of impropriety, reminding Max that in the realm of the bizarre, the absurd often held the most profound truths. As the multiverse continued to spin around them, Max couldn't help but feel grateful for the wild ride. Every day was a new adventure, filled with laughter, challenges, and the promise of justice, no matter how strange or wonderful it might be. Max raised his coffee cup in a toast to his newfound path. "Here's to the next absurdity." And as they clinked their mugs together, the universe seemed to laugh along with them, a reminder that sometimes, the most unexpected journeys lead to the most meaningful destinations. Max Chen stood at the front of the bustling Temporal Exploration Agency, a place where time travelers were more common than common sense. He straightened his tie, one that had definitely seen better days, and cleared his throat, ready to present his latest hypothesis. The room buzzed with anticipation, filled with the smell of burnt coffee and the hum of malfunctioning gadgets. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, pulling up a slideshow that displayed a swirling vortex and the words, "Origin of the Universe." He could feel the room leaning in. "I believe we've finally located the source of the time fractures affecting our experiments. It's right here at that moment, a small device on his desk, the Time Twister 3000, sputtered and glowed ominously. Max hadn't even finished his sentence when it started to spin. Technical difficulties," he joked, sweat beading on his brow. The audience snickered, but the device was relentless. It looped, making Max repeat his punchline every 10 seconds. "It's right here at the," he grimaced as the laughter grew louder, the kind that swelled from deep within. His colleagues were in stitches, and he felt like a clown at a kid's party. Then, as if by fate, the spinning device sparked. Suddenly, a time loop engulfed the room, trapping everyone in a whirlwind of laughter and absurdity. To everyone's shock, this chaotic glitch revealed a hidden time fracture in the agency's simulation. Max, for once, was hailed as a hero. "That's it," shouted Dr. Lila Voss, a physicist with hair that resembled an explosion of static. "We need to investigate the source of this fracture." And just like that, they were off. Max, Lila, their overly cautious tech guru Eddie, and Nina, the historian with a penchant for adventure, boarded the Chrono Cruiser, a rickety vessel that looked like a vintage car mated with a spaceship. Max flopped into the driver's seat, and Eddie instantly began checking the safety protocols. "Again, relax, Eddie," Max said, grinning. "It's not like we're flying into a black hole." Eddie adjusted his glasses nervously. "That's exactly what I'm afraid of." As they jumped through time, the cruiser sputtered and jerked. They landed in a timeline that looked like a surreal painting, everything vibrant and absurd. Famous historical figures milled about, but instead of engaging in grand endeavors, they were stuck doing the most mundane tasks. "Is that Shakespeare making lattes?" Nina asked, pointing out the bard behind the counter of a cafe. "Yes, and I think I saw Cleopatra doing yoga in the corner," Lila added with a laugh. In their first challenge, they had to solve a riddle posed by Einstein, who was vehemently debating a group of philosophical time travelers over the meaning of existence. "Time is a flat circle," one philosopher exclaimed, waving his arms dramatically. "Or a donut," Max countered, unable to resist. Laughter erupted, and for a brief moment, he felt like he belonged. As the conversation turned into a hilariously absurd debate about pastries and the nature of time, the team managed to glean vital information about the fracture. It was tied to their own timelines and fears. "We need to move closer," Lila said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "The fracture's energy is unstable." But as they approached the origin point, the fabric of reality began to unravel. Gravity fluctuated wildly, and the team found themselves tumbling through alternate versions of their lives. Max watched as Eddie morphed into a superhero version of himself, complete with a cape and a ridiculous emblem, a giant clock. "I am Captain Chrono," Eddie declared, flexing his muscles. Lila, meanwhile, was seeing herself as a reclusive genius, shunning all human contact to focus on her theories. Max found himself as a famous comedian, but only able to tell the same joke over and over again. "Okay, folks," he said, waving to a non-existent audience. Knock, knock. This chaotic experience led to tension among the team. "You can't just joke your way through this," Lila snapped, frustration boiling over. "Easy for you to say, Einstein." Max shot back, pointing dramatically, but just as their argument reached a boiling point, they were struck by a realization. They were all grappling with their insecurities, using humor as a shield. In that moment of vulnerability, they found common ground. "We need each other," Nina said softly, "to face this together." Reunited in their mission, they forged ahead, determined to confront the fracture. They arrived at its epicenter, a swirling, chaotic vortex of energy that seemed to pulse with their fears and dreams. "Okay, let's stabilize this thing," Lila said, pulling out her notes, while Eddie set up his gadgets, and Nina recited historical facts that turned into incantations of hope. but the chaos intensified. Time loops spiraled around them, and the team struggled to keep their footing. In a moment of clarity, Mechs realized the fracture was a reflection of their journey, a blend of their past fears and future potential. "Wait. We can't control time," he shouted over the noise. "We have to embrace the chaos." In a hilarious climax, they devised a plan that involved Lila's elastic time theory, Eddie's tech gadgets, and Nina's historical insights. They danced through the vortex, laughing and screaming, their joy fueling their efforts. As they stabilized the fracture, Mechs found himself face to face with an alternate version of himself, a version filled with regret and missed opportunities. "You have to let go," that version whispered. With a surge of understanding, Mechs embraced the chaotic nature of time and reality. The fracture shimmered, and with a final burst of energy, they succeeded in harnessing its power. Back in the Temporal Exploration Agency, they presented their findings, their faces glowing with the thrill of their adventure. Mechs stood at the front, this time in control, sharing their experiences with a mix of humor and gravity, and then, he concluded, "We realized that the chaos of time is just part of life. Embrace it." As he finished, the Time Twister 3000 sparked back to life, and a loop of laughter filled the room once again. Everyone chuckled, knowing that some things, like the unexpected, were just part of the adventure. Mechs grinned, shaking his head. "Well, here we go again." And just like that, the story of their journey would continue, spiraling through time, laughter echoing in their wake. As laughter erupted in the Temporal Exploration Agency, Mechs couldn't help but feel a mix of embarrassment and exhilaration. The Time Twister 3000 continued to sputter and whirl, casting flickering lights across the room like a disco ball at a retro party. He raised his hands, palms facing outward, and called for calm. "Okay, everyone, focus. We've just returned from the edge of time, and I think we might have a few things to discuss, mostly how not to get trapped in a time loop again." The room settled, but the gleeful chatter about their wild adventure lingered. Dr. Lila Voss elbowed her way to Max's side, her eyes wide with enthusiasm. "Did you see the look on Einstein's face when you called him a pastry? Priceless. I think we've truly made history." Eddie, still adjusting to the sudden return to normalcy, pulled out his notebook and scribbled down the key points they discovered. "If I can just remember how to translate time theories into practical applications, but we should also consider the ramifications of what we've done. We don't fully understand the energy we've unleashed." "Ah, come on, Eddie." Nina chimed in, her voice playful. "Live a little. We just stabilized a time fracture. What are the chances we'll do it again anytime soon?" Mechs chuckled at the light banter, relishing the camaraderie they had built. It was moments like these that made the chaos worthwhile. They had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories that would fuel countless conversations over coffee and late-night brainstorming sessions. "All right, team," he said, grinning broadly. "Let's gather our notes and prepare a comprehensive report. This is going to be a game-changer for the agency." As they worked together, sorting through data and weaving their experiences into a coherent narrative, the atmosphere in the agency shifted. Laughter faded into serious discussions about the implications of their journey, the nature of time, and how it intertwined with their lives. "Think about it," Mechs proposed, pacing as he spoke. "We've learned that time isn't just a straight line. It's messy and tangled, like a ball of yarn that a cat has gotten hold of." "Or a cosmic donut," Lila added with a smirk, recalling their earlier discussions with Einstein. "Exactly. And it's not just about finding the right path but also about how we navigate through the chaos," Mechs continued, energized by their newfound understanding. What if we could teach others how to embrace this? What if we created a seminar? Embracing the chaos of time, a guide to thriving in the unknown. Eddie groaned, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. Great, just what the world needs, more time travelers who don't know where they're going. Nina leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I think it sounds fantastic. We could even have interactive workshops. Create your own time loop. Max laughed, picturing participants stuck in loops of their own making, trying to figure out how to escape while also learning profound lessons. It could be a hit. We can give out prizes for the most creative loops. The excitement bubbled among the team as they brainstormed ideas, their earlier frustrations forgotten in the light of their shared triumph. It was as if the very act of discussing their adventure had reignited the spark that had brought them together in the first place. As the day wore on, they finally wrapped up their report, filled with diagrams, theories, and a healthy dose of humor. They agreed to present it the next morning, and with a collective sigh of relief, they left the agency, the thrill of adventure still fresh in their minds. The following morning, they gathered in the main conference room, filled with colleagues and fellow time enthusiasts. Max stood at the front, flipping through the slides that showcased their journey. Today, we're going to take you through the most chaotic experience of our lives, an adventure at the very edge of time. The room was packed, and as he shared the story of their misadventures, from the ridiculous debates with historical figures to the absurdity of Eddie's superhero alter ego, laughter filled the air. Colleagues leaned in, captivated by the tales of unraveling physics and the surreal realities they encountered. Max highlighted the importance of their discovery, not just for scientific advancement but for understanding the human experience in the face of chaos. Life, like time, can be unpredictable. But if we learn to navigate the unknown with humor and friendship, we can turn our challenges into opportunities. When they finished, the applause was thunderous. Max exchanged glances with Lila, Eddie, and Nina, their hearts swelling with pride. They had not only completed a significant mission but had also inspired others with their story. As the day progressed, they were approached by fellow researchers, excited to discuss potential collaborations and new projects. Max felt the agency's energy shift, igniting a wave of creativity that promised fresh adventures ahead. A few weeks later, while preparing for a seminar on time theory, Max found himself reflecting on their journey. The agency had indeed embraced the chaos, using their experience to explore new timelines and ideas. One day, as he flipped through notes, he stumbled upon a forgotten sketch, a doodle of the time fracture, surrounded by laughing faces. It reminded him of that wild journey, how it had changed their lives. He felt a warmth in his chest, knowing that they had forged something special through their shared experiences. As he shared the doodle with his team, they all laughed, reminiscing about the chaos and camaraderie that had brought them together. We should do something with this, Max suggested. Maybe it could be our logo for the seminar? Or a t-shirt. Eddie chimed in, already imagining the designs. Embrace the chaos, now that's a slogan. Nina added with a grin. As they planned their seminar, Max realized that their journey had taught them more than just the intricacies of time. It had illuminated the importance of connection, laughter, and embracing uncertainty. It had transformed their approach to exploration, inviting others to join them in a dance with the unpredictable. On the day of the seminar, attendees filled the room, eager to learn about the wonders of time travel. Max stood at the front, flanked by Lila, Eddie, and Nina, all wearing matching t-shirts emblazoned with their new slogan. Welcome to Embracing the Chaos of Time, Max announced, grinning. Let's take a leap into the unknown together, shall we? As they launched into their presentation, laughter echoed through the room, the energy palpable. They shared their stories, the joys and absurdities of their adventure, and the lessons learned along the way. By the end of the seminar, Max felt a sense of fulfillment. They had created a space where laughter mingled with learning, a community eager to explore the unknown. As the crowd dispersed, a young woman approached Max, her eyes bright with curiosity. "I loved your presentation. What's next for you all?" Max exchanged a glance with his team, and a sense of excitement coursed through him. "Oh, we have plenty more adventures planned. The universe is full of mysteries just waiting to be explored." With that, he felt the familiar spark of adventure reignite within him. The edge of time was no longer just a destination, it was a journey, a chaotic, beautiful journey shared with friends, and so, as laughter echoed around him and the promise of new adventures loomed ahead, Max Chen knew this was only the beginning. The possibilities were endless, and he was ready to embrace every moment of the ride. Max Harland had never considered himself lucky. A physicist with an affinity for sarcasm and a talent for botching even the simplest of tasks, he found himself at a local cafe, confidently attempting to explain time travel to a barista who looked more interested in scrolling through social media than listening to the latest breakthrough in quantum physics. "Look," Max said, waving his hands dramatically, nearly knocking over a precariously stacked pile of napkins. "Imagine you could jump back to any moment in time. I mean, who wouldn't want to relive their best day? Or, say, avoid that truly embarrassing haircut from 2009? The barista, a skeptical young woman named Mia, raised an eyebrow. "So you're telling me I could just, go back and not spill coffee on myself?" "Exactly. But, then why haven't you?" she interrupted, a smirk dancing on her lips. "Because," Max said, pausing for effect as he reached for his coffee cup, "I haven't figured out how to time travel without spilling coffee all over my notes." Just then, the cup slipped from his fingers, sending a cascade of steaming liquid across the counter. Mia dodged the splash like a seasoned ninja, but a nearby customer wasn't so lucky, earning a comedic scream as his sandwich got doused. "Oh, no. My turkey club," he wailed, looking up at Max with a mix of disbelief and horror. Max turned crimson. That was an experiment in temporal physics," he exclaimed, attempting to salvage the situation. "I'll just time travel and fix it." Mia rolled her eyes. "Yeah, right. Good luck with that, Einstein." His cheeks still burning, Max mumbled an apology and dashed out of the cafe, determined to make it to the lab before they decided to initiate the time travel experiment without him. His heart raced with excitement, though his mind was still echoing the Turkey Club's tragic fate. Arriving at the lab, he was greeted by his quirky team, a motley crew of scientists who thrived on chaos and caffeine. "Max! You're late," shouted Dr. Clara Bell, the brilliant but scatterbrained lead researcher. Her glasses were askew, and her hair stood on end like she'd just exited a wind tunnel. "Sorry. I had a coffee mishap," he said sheepishly, trying to shake off the humiliation. As they gathered around the shimmering time machine, an odd contraption resembling a giant toaster with wires and blinking lights, Clara adjusted her glasses, grinning with wild enthusiasm. "All right, everyone, let's do this. In 3, 2, 1. With a flick of a switch, the machine whirred to life, emitting a high-pitched whine that rattled the windows. Max barely had time to register the chaotic sequence of flashing lights before he felt a jolt that lifted him off his feet. The world spun around him, and then, wham! He crashed onto a familiar patch of grass. Sitting up, dazed and confused, Max looked around. "Did it work?" he muttered, brushing dirt off his lab coat, April 15, 2023. The exact date was etched in his mind, but a glance at his watch revealed it was precisely 2 p.m. A chill ran down his spine as the realization hit him: he was stuck. No matter how hard he tried, he could not escape this moment. The same people walked by, engaging in the same conversations, laughter echoing through the air like an eerie symphony. Max blinked, his mind racing. "What the?" he exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. "This can't be happening." With each hour that passed, everything played out in a loop, and he became a spectator of his own life. The same woman strolled by with her dog, the same couple argued over where to eat, and every time the clock struck 2, it felt as if he had stepped into some bizarre time-bending sitcom. "Okay, Max, think," he muttered to himself, pacing in circles. "You're a physicist. You can figure this out." He pulled out a notepad, scribbling down theories on time loops and alternate realities, but each idea crumbled under the weight of absurdity. Determined to break the cycle, he approached a conspiracy theorist named Linda, who was convinced that the town was a government experiment. "You have to help me," he exclaimed, waving his arms. "I'm stuck in a time loop." "Time loop? Ha! That's what they want you to think," she shouted back, her eyes glinting with fervor. "They're using it to control us, man. I bet they're using microwaves to alter our brainwaves." Max couldn't help but chuckle. Microwaves? Really? What about the coffee machines? They're the real threat here. Exactly. "It's all connected," she said, completely serious, which only made Max laugh harder. He found himself entangled in her wild theories, yet every ridiculous claim somehow led him closer to the truth of his situation. Days morphed into weeks as he tried every outlandish method to escape, playing with the fabric of reality, attempting to sabotage non-existent machines, and concocting plans that were destined to fail. Every time he thought he had it figured out, the universe threw a banana peel his way, sending him crashing down in comic fashion. Then one day, while pondering the physics of chaos theory, he met Mr. Whiskers, a fluffy orange cat that strolled up to him as if it owned the place. "You're stuck in a loop, aren't you?" the cat said, looking at him with knowing green eyes. Did you just?" Max stammered, glancing around to see if he was hallucinating. "You can talk." "Of course. I'm a guardian of time," Mr. Whiskers replied nonchalantly, licking a paw. "But you humans have a way of complicating things." Max gaped. "All right, Mr. Whiskers, tell me how to get out of this mess." "First, you need to understand that time is not just a line, it's a web of moments intertwined. Your problem is that you're taking it too seriously. Embrace the chaos." "Embrace chaos?" Max echoed, trying to wrap his mind around it. "How do I even begin?" "By paying attention to the little things," Mr. Whiskers said, leaping onto a nearby bench. "Look at your surroundings. Find the unique patterns in this mundane repetition. That's where your escape lies." Max took a deep breath and began to notice the details: the sound of a child laughing as he chased a butterfly, the couple arguing passionately over pizza toppings, and the bizarre dance of the pigeons. Every moment held a hint of the extraordinary. As the days passed, he became adept at weaving through the repetitive chaos, finding humor in the mundane. One afternoon, he orchestrated an elaborate prank on a local band that played the same song every hour. By the time the clock struck 2, the entire town was laughing, and even the pigeons seemed to join in on the fun. Just as he thought he was making progress, the town gathered for a festival, an annual event that just so happened to land on the same day. Max saw his chance. "This is it," he shouted, rallying the townsfolk. "Let's make this the most ridiculous festival ever." They agreed, and what ensued was a whirlwind of absurdity. There were pie-eating contests, dancing competitions, and even a karaoke showdown where the same song was belted out, but with different themes. One was a love ballad, while another was a heavy metal anthem. Mechs led the dance off, moving with uncoordinated enthusiasm. The townsfolk joined in, letting go of their inhibitions, laughter echoing in the air like a glorious anthem. As he danced, Mechs felt a strange energy swirling around him, a force that seemed to transcend time itself. In that moment, he understood what Mr. Whiskers meant about chaos. It wasn't just the events that mattered, but the connections they formed. Each person's laughter, each spontaneous dance move, was a ripple in the fabric of time. Suddenly, as the clock struck 2 once more, everything shifted. The festival erupted into a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds, and Mechs felt a jolt, the very essence of time fracturing around him. Then, bam! He was back in the cafe, standing in front of Mia, who was eyeing him suspiciously. "You look like you just saw a ghost." "Or a turkey club," she quipped. Mechs blinked, still processing the whirlwind of experiences. I escaped," he exclaimed, almost disbelieving. "I learned to embrace chaos." Mia raised an eyebrow. "You learned what?" "Never mind." "I'm free," he shouted, earning curious glances from other patrons. He couldn't help but laugh, the thrill of newfound freedom coursing through him. As he walked out, a familiar figure caught his eye. Linda was chatting animatedly with Mr. Whiskers, who gave him a conspiratorial wink. "See? You're not done yet," the cat seemed to say. Mechs chuckled to himself. He realized that while he had escaped the time loop, the lessons he learned would forever influence how he approached life. It was a reminder that time was not just about the past or future, it was about the moments we created, the chaos we embraced, and the laughter we shared. "Time to brew some more chaos," he murmured to himself, stepping into the world with a light heart, ready for whatever adventures lay ahead. Mechs stepped out of the cafe, a smile plastered across his face, feeling lighter than he had in ages. The sun shone brighter, and even the air smelled fresher. The chaotic memories of the past few weeks swirled in his mind like confetti, humorous, absurd, and oddly enlightening. Each moment had become a thread in the rich tapestry of his existence, and he reveled in the thought of what was to come. As he walked down the street, he couldn't help but glance at the familiar sights that had once felt so mundane. The little park where he had seen the same couple arguing about pizza, the fountain where children splashed joyfully, and even the bookstore where he often lost track of time browsing the shelves, it all seemed different now, infused with a vibrancy that made him feel as if he was truly seeing the world for the first time. He decided to visit Clara, eager to share his experiences. After all, it was her wild experiment that had inadvertently launched him into this unexpected adventure. He entered the lab, a place that had become a second home, and spotted Clara tinkering with a new device, her focus absolute. "Hey, Clara," he called out, startling her. She jumped, nearly dropping a handful of wires. "Mechs, you're back," she exclaimed, grinning widely. "Did it work? Did you time travel?" "More like I got stuck in a cosmic loop," he replied, shaking his head with a laugh. "But I learned a lot, and I'm free now." Clara's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What do you mean, free?" "I embraced the chaos," he declared, spreading his arms wide. "I realized that time isn't just a straight line, it's filled with moments we can shape. It's about connection and spontaneity. It's about not spilling coffee on your notes," she teased, and they both burst into laughter. "Exactly." "Well, sort of." But really, it's about finding joy in the absurd. Like that time you almost blew up the lab with the particle accelerator. Hey, that was one time. Clara shot back, feigning indignation but laughing nonetheless. But I get it. It sounds like you had quite the experience. You seem different, more relaxed. I am, he said, feeling the truth of it resonate within him. I'm ready to tackle whatever comes next. I think I finally understand the beauty in uncertainty. As they chatted, the rest of the team trickled in, each member welcoming Max back with warmth and camaraderie. They were a ragtag bunch, united by their shared passion for science and discovery, and he felt a renewed sense of belonging. But as the day wore on, Max couldn't shake the feeling that something still lingered in the air, a sense that the adventure wasn't quite over. He had escaped the time loop, but was there still more to learn? He found himself drawn to the idea of revisiting the past, not to change it, but to observe it from this new perspective. That night, lying in bed, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. What if he could return to those moments, his favorite memories, and see them through fresh eyes? With this thought dancing in his mind, he drifted into a deep sleep. The following morning, Max woke with an itch to explore the fringes of time once more. He gathered his team at the lab, excitement buzzing in the air. What if we could use the time machine again, but not to travel, he proposed. What if we could observe pivotal moments in our own lives, watching them unfold without interfering? The group exchanged glances, intrigued. That's actually brilliant, Clara said slowly, her mind already racing with possibilities. We could set it to record our past experiences, like a cosmic highlight reel. Exactly. We could learn from our past selves, figure out what worked, what didn't, and embrace those moments fully. Max felt the energy in the room shift, a sense of purpose igniting in their hearts. They worked tirelessly, tweaking the machine, calibrating it for observation rather than travel. Max felt a thrill of anticipation as they prepared to begin. Finally, the moment arrived. The machine hummed to life, lights blinking in a mesmerizing rhythm. Ready? Clara asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Let's do this. Max replied, heart pounding. As the machine whirred, the familiar sensation of being pulled through time enveloped him. Unlike before, there was no jarring motion, just a gentle tugging, a sensation of floating through memories. Scenes began to unfurl before him, vibrant and alive. The first memory that materialized was from his college graduation. Max stood on stage, an awkward grin plastered on his face as he received his diploma. He could hear the cheers of his family and friends, feel the warmth of the sun on his skin, the thrill of accomplishment flooding through him. But it was also a moment filled with doubt. He remembered the fear of stepping into the unknown, unsure of what lay ahead. I was such a nervous wreck, he murmured, watching his past self fidget on stage. Look at you, so proud. Clara said, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. Yeah, but I was terrified, he replied. I had no idea what I was doing. Yet you made it. That's what matters. Clara reminded him, and he nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude for that moment in time. As the memories flowed, they watched scenes of triumph and defeat, his first research paper, the sting of rejection, the joy of collaboration with colleagues. They laughed at his awkward first date, cringed at the mistakes he made, and celebrated the victories along the way. Each memory was a reminder that life was a tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow, each equally significant. Then came the moment that changed everything, the day he first stepped into the lab that would become his sanctuary. The excitement in the air was palpable, the potential for discovery limitless. This is where it all began, Max said softly, a smile spreading across his face. But even in this joyful moment, he caught a glimpse of the future, the loneliness that often accompanied ambition, the struggles that lay ahead. He could see himself, years later, sitting alone in the lab, poring over equations, isolating himself from friends and family in the pursuit of knowledge. The weight of his choices loomed heavy. "Max, look at what you've built," Clara said, her voice steady. "You've created so much more than just a lab. You've built relationships, a community. It's not all about the science, it's about the people." He nodded, absorbing her words. This journey through his memories wasn't just an exercise in nostalgia, it was a powerful reminder of the balance between ambition and connection. As they continued observing, one particular memory stood out, a moment with his father in the backyard, teaching him to ride a bike. The warmth of the sun, the smell of freshly cut grass, and the sound of laughter filled the air. Max watched as his younger self wobbled, fell, and got back up, determination written across his face. "See that? That's the spirit," he heard his father's encouraging voice echo. "You can do it, buddy." In that moment, Max felt a swell of emotion. He remembered the lessons learned during those formative years, how failure was just a stepping stone, how resilience mattered more than perfection. "I needed that," he said, his voice thick with gratitude. "I still need it." The memory faded, and they moved on to more recent moments, the time spent in the cafe with Mia, the absurd coffee spill that had become a running joke. They laughed as they watched his clumsy antics, realizing that even the smallest mishaps could lead to unexpected joy. Finally, the machine began to slow, and Max felt a pang of disappointment. He wanted to linger in this space of reflection, to absorb every lesson, every moment of laughter and pain. But as the images dimmed, he knew they had to return to the present. With a final flicker, the scene faded, and the lab came back into focus. The team looked at one another, a shared understanding passing between them. "That was incredible," Clara breathed, her eyes shining. "We need to do this again, maybe even share our stories with others." Max nodded, feeling invigorated. "Absolutely. Everyone has moments worth celebrating, moments that shaped who they are. We can inspire others to embrace their own chaos, their own journeys." As they continued discussing their plans, Max felt a sense of purpose swell within him. He was ready to step into the world, to live each moment fully, and to encourage others to do the same. The chaos of life wasn't something to be feared, it was a vibrant dance of connection and experience. Days turned into weeks, and the lab became a hub of activity, filled with the laughter and camaraderie that had been absent for too long. They organized workshops, inviting the community to share their stories, to explore their own memories and the lessons they held. Max found joy in the little things, coffee spills that became inside jokes, the spontaneous dance-offs that broke out in the lab, the friendships deepening as they embraced each other's quirks and failures. The team flourished, each member contributing their unique perspective, enriching the collective experience. One evening, while cleaning up after a particularly lively workshop, Max glanced outside and spotted Mr. Whiskers perched on a nearby fence. The cat's green eyes sparkled with mischief, and Max couldn't help but laugh. "You know, I think I finally get it," he called out, and the cat tilted his head as if urging him to continue. "Life is about the journey, the good, the bad, and everything in between. It's about the chaos." Mr. Whiskers blinked slowly, and in that moment, Max felt a wave of understanding wash over him. The universe had a sense of humor, and he was grateful for every twist and turn, every unexpected moment that had brought him here. As he returned to the lab, ready to dive back into the laughter and camaraderie, Max realized that the adventure had only just begun. Each day held the promise of new experiences, new stories to weave into the tapestry of his life. He was ready to embrace it all, one chaotic, beautiful moment at a time, and as he stepped into the vibrant world outside, he carried with him the understanding that time wasn't just a prison to escape, it was a dance to be celebrated, a reminder that even in the chaos, there was beauty to be found. From that day forward, Max approached life with a renewed sense of wonder, always on the lookout for the next hilarious, heartwarming twist that awaited him around the corner. The adventure wasn't just in the time travel, it was in the here and now, in the laughter shared, and in the connections forged. The world was alive with possibilities, and Max was ready to explore them all. In a laboratory that resembled a chaotic art installation more than a place of scientific discovery, Dr. Lily Zhang stood at the center of a whirlwind. She was attempting to calibrate the newest prototype of her time fluctuation detector, an ambitious contraption cobbled together from a microwave, an old video game console, and a very confused coffee machine. The walls were plastered with equations, half-baked theories, and bright orange post-it notes that read things like, "Do not attempt time travel on Mondays." Today was a Monday. With one hand clutching a cup of coffee that had seen better days, Lily jabbed at the machine's buttons with the other. She was convinced that today was the day. Her groundbreaking discovery would launch them into the annals of scientific history. Just then, her lab partner, Max, strolled in, his face a perfect mask of skepticism. His hair was a wild nest of curls, and his glasses slid down his nose as he peered at the machine. "Is that thing going to explode?" he asked, gesturing toward the device that hummed ominously. "Only if I don't get this calibration right," Lily replied, determination lacing her voice. "And trust me, I'm not keen on becoming a historical footnote as the scientist who blew up her lab while trying to invent a time machine." "Maybe we should just stick to cat memes," Max shot back, folding his arms. "They're less likely to cause apocalyptic events." "Very funny. But in 10 years, we'll be known as the team that saved the world, or the team that made the best cat memes." She pressed a button, and the machine sputtered, sending out a series of sparks. Just as she managed to stabilize the device, a holographic projection whirred to life, displaying a cat wearing a top hat and monocle. It blinked at them, looking entirely too dignified for the situation. "Greetings, humans," the holographic cat proclaimed, its voice a melodious blend of sarcasm and seriousness. "You are on the brink of disaster. Earth's demise is predicted within 10 years. Max's eyebrows shot up. "Is this some sort of joke? Are we being pranked by the physics department?" The cat continued, ignoring him. "You must identify the pivotal events leading to this catastrophic future and alter them. Time is short. Find the key event, or you shall lose everything." Lily stared at the cat, a mix of confusion and delight washing over her. "A time-traveling cat? I need to get my caffeine levels up more often. Maybe we're already in the future, and this is just a very strange episode of Black Mirror," Max muttered. "Focus." Lily snapped, grinning despite herself. "We need to get to work. If there's even a shred of truth in this, we have to figure it out." The team of scientists gathered around, a motley crew that included Dr. Felix Ramirez, a hopeless romantic who believed every timeline could be altered by a good love story, and Sophie Chen, an intern who had more social media followers than all of them combined. As they brainstormed, the mood shifted from disbelief to a frantic excitement. Each of them had their own idea of what the key event could be, and soon they were tossing suggestions around like confetti. "Maybe it's when someone first invented the smartphone," Sophie suggested, her eyes shining. I mean, think about how addicted we all became. Max groaned. Or it could be when people started taking selfies, because clearly, those lead to disastrous choices. They all laughed, but as the laughter subsided, a weight settled over them. If they were going to change the future, they had to be serious. Lily took a deep breath, scanning the group. Okay, we need to build a time machine. It's now or never. After a week of trial and error, the team managed to cobble together a time travel device from their lab's odd assortment of gadgets. The final result resembled a blender crossed with a very angry toaster. It buzzed, whirred, and occasionally shot sparks, which Lily insisted was just a sign of its inherent genius. "All right," Lily said, her heart racing as they gathered around. "The plan is simple. We'll travel to key historical events and see if we can find the turning points that lead to our doom." Max, crossing his arms, looked skeptical. "And if we mess up the timeline? We could end up as a historical mistake ourselves." "Let's focus on the positives," Felix chimed in. "We could inspire some great love stories in the past. Think of the possibilities." They all exchanged glances, a mixture of excitement and trepidation. With a final nod, Lily pressed the glowing red button on the device. There was a blinding flash, and in an instant, they were no longer in the lab. They landed amidst a sea of people, all clad in tie-dye and bell-bottoms, with guitars slung over their shoulders. "Welcome to Woodstock, 1969, a voice shouted, the sound nearly drowned out by the collective roar of music and laughter. "Wait, what?" Max exclaimed, adjusting his glasses as they took in their surroundings. "This isn't a NASA event." "No kidding," Lily said, her heart racing. "I must have miscalibrated." Before they could figure out their next move, they were swept into the crowd, dancing hippies and flower children swirling around them. Sophie pulled out her phone, quickly snapping selfies and tagging everything as #TimeTravelTales, while Felix had a goofy grin plastered on his face, looking for a chance to swoon over someone. "Focus, people." Lily called out over the din, "We need to find a way to locate pivotal events." Max, ever the pragmatist, scanned the crowd. "What if we—" But before he could finish, someone bumped into him, and he stumbled backward, right into a group of festival-goers. They cheered, thinking he was part of the act, and soon he found himself thrust onto a makeshift stage, a guitar shoved into his hands. "Go, man, rock out," someone yelled, as the crowd erupted into applause. Lily face-bombed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Max!" "No!" With a look of sheer panic, Max shrugged and began strumming awkwardly. "I should have stuck with the cat memes," he shouted, but the crowd loved it. Lily, meanwhile, was torn between wanting to laugh and wanting to save him from this musical embarrassment. "Maybe we can blend some time traveling with this," Felix yelled, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Imagine if he becomes a famous musician in this timeline." As Max floundered through a few chords, the scene shifted. The energy of the crowd was infectious, and soon Lily couldn't help but laugh. They were a group of scientists, after all, in a time where peace and love reigned supreme. Yet, amidst the revelry, Lily felt the looming weight of their mission. This was fun, but they had to get back on track. They needed to discover the key event that would help save their future. "All right, guys, time to get serious," she called out, finally managing to pull Max off the stage amid laughter and cheers. After several more historical mishaps, including inadvertently creating a viral meme in the early 2000s and narrowly escaping a political debate gone awry, they began to piece together a pattern. Each event they visited revealed decisions, small, almost inconsequential choices, that, when added up, pointed toward a future fraught with disaster. The breakthrough came when they stumbled into a tech conference in the near future, where a bright-eyed entrepreneur with messy hair and an infectious smile stood ready to unveil his new AI program. "This is it," Lily whispered, her heart racing. "This is the moment that changes everything." They huddled together, formulating a plan to intervene. If they could just disrupt the launch, they might be able to prevent the chain reaction that led to their predicted doom. As they made their way through the bustling tech conference, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Bright banners adorned the walls, showcasing cutting-edge innovations and futuristic concepts. Lily's heart raced as they approached the stage where the young entrepreneur was preparing to unveil his latest creation, an AI that promised to revolutionize everything from healthcare to personal relationships. "Okay, remember the plan," Lily whispered to her team, her eyes darting around. "We need to distract him before he presents. If we can just get him off stage for a moment." "Easier said than done," Mech said, glancing at the audience gathering in anticipation. "Look at them, they're ready to worship this guy like he's a tech god." "I could always start a riot," Sophie said with a mischievous grin, scrolling through her phone. "Or I could live stream this disaster." Felix, ever the romantic, piped in, "What if we turn this into a love story? We could create a distraction involving a mysterious stranger who interrupts his big moment." "Right," Max snorted, "because what he needs is a dramatic romance in the middle of a tech launch." "Fine, but something needs to happen," Lily urged, her mind racing. They couldn't let this moment slip away. Just then, the lights dimmed, and the audience quieted, all eyes on the stage. The entrepreneur, a young man with tousled hair and a blazer that looked one size too big, stepped up to the microphone, exuding confidence. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me on this incredible journey into the future." Lily exchanged panicked glances with her team. "We have to act now." As the entrepreneur began his presentation, Lily took a deep breath and dashed toward the side of the stage, her heart pounding. "Excuse me," she called, waving her arms as if she were trying to flag down a cab in a busy city. "Can I ask a question?" The young man stopped, clearly surprised, and the audience turned to watch her. Yes," he said, momentarily thrown off script. Lily seized the moment. "What about the ethical implications of your AI? Have you considered the potential consequences of creating something that could outsmart us?" The audience murmured, a ripple of intrigue passing through them. The entrepreneur's smile faltered. Well, we've done extensive research," Max, unable to resist, jumped in. "And have you thought about how it might affect, the fabric of society? Like, what if it goes rogue? Are you ready for a future where a robot decides it's the ruler of humanity?" The crowd was electrified, murmurs turning into applause. Sophie, seeing the opportunity, jumped onto the stage. "And what about cat videos? We need those. What happens to our internet if AI takes over?" The crowd erupted in laughter, and the young entrepreneur looked increasingly bewildered. Felix stood beside Lily, putting an arm around her shoulder for support. "Maybe we could help you develop a version of the AI that promotes love and peace instead? A Cupid bot." The audience roared with laughter, and Lily could see the tension in the entrepreneur's shoulders start to ease. Thank you for your input," he stammered, looking genuinely flustered but amused. "I guess I hadn't thought about it that way." "Of course not," Max exclaimed, "you were too busy planning your tech empire." At that moment, the lights flickered ominously, and a low rumble echoed through the hall. People began to murmur, a sense of unease washing over them. The AI's display screen flickered, and a series of rapid error messages flashed across it. "What's happening?" the entrepreneur shouted, his composure slipping. "We should get out of here," Lily yelled, grabbing Max's arm. "This isn't just a distraction anymore. Something's gone wrong." "Wait!" Felix exclaimed, pointing at the screen. "What if we don't just stop the launch but also find a way to reset the AI before it activates?" "Are you insane?" Max replied, his eyes wide. "We'd be risking everything. Better than letting it control our future." Lily shot back, determination surging within her. As the rumbling intensified, the audience began to panic. People started to move toward the exits, but Lily and her team knew they had to act fast. "We need to access the control panel," Lily shouted, glancing around. "Where's the backstage?" Sophie pulled out her phone. "I'll look it up, hold on." She typed furiously, then grinned. "This way." They sprinted toward a doorway marked "Staff Only," ducking behind a curtain just as the chaos began to unfold. The sound of panicked footsteps echoed around them as they hurried down a narrow corridor. "Here." Sophie pointed to a door that led to the tech area. They burst through and found themselves in a room filled with blinking lights and screens displaying data streams. "Quick, where's the main control?" Lily asked, scanning the room. "We need to shut this down." "Over there," Felix said, rushing to a console covered in buttons and switches. He glanced back at Lily. "What do I do?" "Just hit the big red button," she instructed. Felix looked at her, then at the button, his hand hovering over it. "Isn't that what they always say in movies before everything goes wrong? Do you have a better idea?" With a determined nod, Felix slammed his palm onto the button. The console whirred loudly, and the screens began to flash erratically. "Okay, that's good," Lily encouraged. "Now we need to override the system." Max leaned over, frantically pressing other buttons. "Come on, come on." Suddenly, the screen displayed a message, "AI activation in progress." "Oh no!" Sophie exclaimed, her voice rising in panic. "We're too late." "Not yet," Lily said, her mind racing. "There must be a way to reverse it." She spotted a glowing icon labeled "Terminate." "That one," she yelled. "Hit that." Felix hesitated. "What if it crashes everything? What if we send the world into chaos? Then we fix it." Lily insisted, her voice steady. "Hit it." With a decisive gesture, Felix pressed the button. A loud beep resonated through the room, and the screens went black for a moment. Then a new message appeared, "AI deactivation successful." A cheer erupted from Lily's team, but their celebration was cut short by the sound of alarms blaring. "What's happening?" Max shouted, looking around frantically. "The conference center's emergency protocols," Sophie explained, her eyes wide. "They're probably going into lockdown." Lily felt the adrenaline surging through her veins. "We need to get out, now." They dashed back through the corridor, the sound of alarms echoing behind them. The crowd was still in disarray, people spilling out of the main area and into the halls, but with a sudden burst of clarity, Lily spotted an exit sign glowing in the distance. "Over there," she shouted, and they sprinted toward it. As they reached the door, a group of confused attendees rushed past, their faces painted with anxiety and excitement. Outside, the sun shone brightly, contrasting sharply with the chaos inside. They stumbled onto the sidewalk, panting and exhilarated. What just happened? Max gasped, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. I think we just saved the future, Lily replied, her heart still racing. Sophie pulled out her phone, scrolling through the social media chaos that had erupted around the conference. You guys, you won't believe this. People are saying we're heroes. Heroes? Felix echoed, his eyes wide. But we almost caused a disaster. Exactly, Max said, shaking his head in disbelief. We're either going to be remembered as the team that saved the world or the ones who made everything worse. Lily took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment settle in. What matters is we stopped something that could have gone terribly wrong. The future isn't written in stone, we can shape it. As they stood together, the sun setting behind them, they felt a sense of camaraderie that went beyond their roles as scientists. They were friends, adventurers in their own right, and for the first time in a long time, they were hopeful, and just as they were about to discuss their next steps, the holographic cat reappeared, its cheerful voice cutting through the moment. Congratulations, time travelers. You've altered the future for the better. Lily couldn't help but laugh. What's next, cat memes? Of course, the cat responded, its monocle glinting. But remember, every action has its consequences. Keep exploring the timelines, and you may yet find new adventures ahead. As they all exchanged glances, a shared understanding passed between them. The world was vast, and they had only just begun to uncover its mysteries. With laughter bubbling between them, they turned toward the horizon, ready for whatever lay ahead. In the back of their minds, they all knew that the journey was far from over. The future was still unwritten, and with each decision, they had the power to shape it. With that thought igniting their spirits, they set off together, ready to face whatever adventures awaited them next. Ben Turner was the kind of guy who could make a whole room of people yawn simply by mentioning his job title, Junior Data Analyst. Just hearing it made him feel like he should wear a gray jumpsuit and sit in a cubicle with beige walls, counting paper clips and stapling reports. But today was different. Today was supposed to be just like any other Tuesday, which made it the perfect candidate for something absurd to happen. As he shuffled into the break room, armed with his oversized travel mug labeled, "World's Okayest Employee," he could already smell the dreadful aroma of burnt coffee wafting through the air. He poured himself a cup, its color resembling that of a swamp, and leaned against the counter. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead like they were trying to communicate with him. "Ben, you're a lost cause." In a fit of boredom, he decided to share a half-hearted joke with the only other soul in the break room, Carla, who was expertly typing something far more exciting than whatever spreadsheet he was supposed to be working on. "Hey, Carla," he said, stifling a yawn. "Why do we call it morning coffee when we drink it all day? Shouldn't it be lifetime coffee?" Carla glanced up, her expression flat as a pancake. "It's called office coffee because it tastes like it came from the bottom of a shoe." He chuckled, pretending her sarcasm was the highlight of his day. But as he took a sip of his dubious brew, the unthinkable happened. His elbow bumped into a strange, metallic device on the table. It was old and dusty, with buttons that looked like they hadn't been pressed in a millennium. He'd bought it at a yard sale just last weekend, convinced it might be a relic of some forgotten technology. "Hey, what's this?" he muttered, poking at the buttons with the grace of a toddler discovering spaghetti for the first time. Suddenly, the device buzzed to life, lighting up with a vibrant blue glow. A holographic display burst forth, and just like that, the break room melted away. Ben felt his stomach drop, a sensation akin to a roller coaster ride gone wrong. "Whoa!" he shouted, but before he could process what was happening, the world around him shimmered like a bad special effect from an old sci-fi movie. And then, he found himself on stage, under bright lights, in front of a raucous audience of cats. Yes, cats. Feline faces stared back at him, some wearing tiny bow ties, others with monocles perched on their noses. "Welcome to the Feline Comedy Festival," a voice boomed from nowhere, and Ben blinked in disbelief. "Give it up for your headliner, Captain Meow-Velis." A spotlight hit him, and for a brief moment, he was utterly frozen. "Wait, what?" he whispered. The cats began to purr and meow in excitement, as if his confusion was part of the act. Okay, he said, lifting his hands in surrender. "So, what do you call a cat who loves to bowl?" He paused dramatically, and the cats leaned in, their eyes wide. "An alley cat." The crowd erupted in what could only be described as feline laughter, lots of loud purring, some enthusiastic tail flicking, and a few cats even rolled on their backs, thoroughly amused. Just as he started to think he could really make a career out of cat comedy, the shimmering began again. The stage, the cats, and even the punchline evaporated into thin air. Ben landed with a thud in a completely different place. This time, he was in a bustling city, but everything was slightly off. The skyline looked like a jigsaw puzzle, the buildings too tall and too colorful, almost cartoonish. He glanced down and gasped. He was wearing a spandex suit emblazoned with a giant M on the chest. "What the?" he exclaimed, only to be cut off by a loud voice booming through the city's speakers. "Captain Mundane, we need you." Ben turned around to see a group of citizens, normal-looking people in khakis and polo shirts, pointing at him. A woman rushed up, her expression frantic. "There's a crisis at the grocery store. The milk is expired, and we need your spreadsheet powers to predict the next delivery." "Spreadsheet powers," he mumbled, trying to comprehend the absurdity. "Yes. Your ability to create forecast models could save us all," she replied, urgency etched on her face. At that moment, Ben realized he had become a superhero known for his ability to save the day with, of all things, data analysis. Right, because nothing says superhero like effectively managing inventory, he quipped, but no one was laughing. With a sigh, he flew off, awkwardly, because he wasn't sure how to control his newfound ability, soaring over the city. The next thing he knew, he was standing in front of the grocery store, watching a chaotic scene unfold. People were gathering in confusion, and there was a line of very grumpy customers. "All right, folks," he shouted, raising his hands to silence the crowd. "Fear not. Captain Mundane is here to save the day." A smattering of applause erupted, and he felt a swell of confidence. "I'll calculate when the next delivery of fresh milk is due. Let's not panic." As he started tapping into the powers of the spreadsheet, whatever that meant, he suddenly felt the world shift again. The colors swirled and the sounds became a distant echo. Ben tumbled through the cosmos, landing in a quaint little cafe filled with vintage decor and a rich aroma of espresso. The sign above read, "Time-traveling barista." He looked down at himself and, to his surprise, was wearing an apron adorned with coffee beans. "Welcome," a cheerful voice greeted him. It was a woman with bright red hair and a dazzling smile. "I'm Bella, your time-traveling barista. What can I get you today? A latte from 2020 or a cappuccino from the Renaissance?" I'll take, what?" Ben stuttered. This was all getting out of hand. "Here's the deal," she said, winking. "You make the coffee, and it can change history. Trust me, it's all in the froth. He stared at the espresso machine, which was clearly more than just a coffee maker. Okay, let's see what we can do, he muttered, adjusting his apron. As he worked, he couldn't help but make ridiculous orders for famous historical figures. He crafted a mocha for Shakespeare, suggesting he might have enjoyed writing a comedy about cats instead of tragedies. Ben couldn't stop himself from laughing as he envisioned the bard penning Romeo and Meowiet. But as the froth settled, a loud alarm began to blare, shaking the cafe and drawing his attention. The machine sputtered, lights flashed, and before he could even process what was happening, the world shimmered yet again. Ben braced himself as the world shimmered and swirled around him, the cafe fading into an abstract mix of colors and sounds. Just as quickly as it started, it stopped. He found himself standing in a stark, monochrome room, every surface draped in shades of gray. A solitary desk sat in the center, littered with empty coffee cups and crumpled papers. "What the?" he muttered, trying to make sense of his surroundings. His gaze fell on a version of himself sitting at the desk, eyes glazed over, staring into space. This Ben looked disheveled, his hair a mess, his clothes a wrinkled shadow of what he'd worn before. "Welcome to the void of nihilism," this Ben said flatly, barely lifting his head. "What's the point of anything, really?" Ben blinked, the absurdity of the situation hitting him like a ton of bricks. I think I'd prefer the world where the milk isn't expired, thanks." The other Ben scoffed. "You're in for a reality check, my friend. No matter what universe you jump to, you'll always end up here, questioning everything." "Yeah, but this is a bit much, isn't it?" Ben gestured around the dreary space. "Aren't you tired of just sitting here?" "Tired?" The other Ben's voice was devoid of emotion. "What's the point? It's all meaningless. Just an endless cycle of coffee and spreadsheets." Ben felt a jolt of defiance. "No way. There's gotta be more to life than this. I mean, I just jumped from a universe where I was a cat comedian. That was ridiculous, but it was also hilarious." At that, the other Ben's brow furrowed slightly, as if the concept of humor was a foreign language. "Funny? What's funny about anything? You're just delaying the inevitable." Ben's mind raced. "But think about it. Life's a mess, and that's what makes it interesting. The chaos, the unpredictability, it's all part of the ride." "Ride?" the other Ben repeated, skepticism creeping into his tone. "You think it's all just one big amusement park? It's more like a slow, agonizing crawl to nowhere." "Okay, but what if I told you that even this moment can be meaningful? Even the mess can be beautiful?" Ben pressed. The other Ben slowly sat up, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "Meaningful? How?" "Think about the times you've laughed. The moments that made you smile, no matter how small." Ben was surprised at the passion in his voice. "Those moments matter. They make all the nonsense worth it." Laughter, the other Ben leaned back, contemplating. "What if you're right? What if there is something worth laughing about?" "Exactly. And you can't find that if you just sit here moping." Ben grinned. "Let's get out of this place together." The other Ben's demeanor shifted, a flicker of hope breaking through the monochrome gloom. "How do we escape?" "Maybe it's about embracing the chaos instead of fighting it," Ben suggested. "Let's create a little chaos ourselves." With that, Ben grabbed a coffee cup from the desk and hurled it at the wall. It shattered into a million pieces, the sound echoing like laughter in the void. To his surprise, Color began to seep back into the world around them, washing away the gray and replacing it with vibrant hues. The other Ben blinked, shock and delight mingling in his expression. What just happened? Life! Ben shouted, his heart racing. Life happened. Suddenly, the room transformed. They were no longer in the void but on a bustling street filled with people, colors blaring vibrantly. It felt like a celebration, with music playing from every corner. Ben turned to his counterpart, who was now fully awake and beaming. "Welcome back to reality," he said, excitement bubbling up within him. "What is this place?" the other Ben asked, taking in the sights and sounds. "It's the universe where everyone has embraced their quirks," Ben explained, grinning. "We can do anything here." They were swept into the crowd, and Ben felt a rush of energy, the kind that made him want to dance and laugh. They joined a parade, with floats decorated in extravagant colors and people dressed in outrageous costumes, celebrating the beauty of individuality. "Look at them," the other Ben shouted over the music. "They're just happy." "Yes. This is what I'm talking about," Ben exclaimed. "This is the joy of living." As they danced through the throng, Ben felt the tension release from his shoulders. They moved together, letting the rhythm of the celebration carry them away from the dark thoughts that had plagued them. Suddenly, an enormous float rolled by, and atop it stood a giant cat in a top hat, waving its paw. "Meow Velas," it called, and the crowd cheered in delight. "Maybe I should give cat comedy another shot," Ben chuckled, his heart lighter than it had been in ages. "Let's make a grand entrance," the other Ben suggested. They jumped onto the float, and to their surprise, the crowd erupted in applause. The giant cat looked at them with amused eyes. "What have we here? A duo of unexpected heroes?" Ben grinned. "More like a duo of unexpected comedians." With that, they began to perform improvised comedy right there on the float. Ben made a joke about a cat ordering a latte, and the other Ben riffed on the absurdity of being a superhero with spreadsheet powers. The crowd roared with laughter, and for the first time, he felt truly alive. Every punchline hit, every quip resonated, and the energy was infectious. As the float rolled on, Ben glanced at the other Ben, who was laughing freely. "This is what I meant. This is why chaos matters." Just then, a shimmer enveloped them again, and they found themselves back in the void, but this time, it was different. The shades of gray were mixed with vibrant colors swirling around them, remnants of the celebration they just experienced. "You see?" Ben said, triumph in his voice. "Even here, we can create meaning." But the other Ben looked contemplative. "Isn't there a way to stop this? To find a way to control the jumps?" "Maybe the answer isn't to control it," Ben replied, "but to embrace it. We've got to learn to navigate the chaos." He took a deep breath, and the colors started to brighten again. "Let's jump together. We can take this chaos wherever we go." As they joined hands, the world shimmered once more. They were launched into another universe, where they landed with a soft thud in a sunny park, birds chirping happily around them. Ben looked around in disbelief. "Wow, this place is beautiful." It was a vibrant city park, filled with trees, laughter, and the sounds of children playing. In the distance, he spotted a group of people gathering for an outdoor event. "Is that a talent show?" the other Ben asked, pointing. "Looks like it," Ben exclaimed, his heart racing at the thought. "We should totally participate." "But what do we even have to offer?" the other Ben questioned. "Everything," Ben replied, excitement bubbling up. We've got stories, laughter, and the chaos we've embraced. Let's make people smile. They approached the stage, and Ben could feel the energy of the crowd. It was a mix of anticipation and joy, and he knew they had to be a part of it. As they stepped onto the stage, Ben took a deep breath. "Hi, everyone. We're here to share some chaos and a few laughs." The crowd cheered, their faces alight with curiosity. "What's a cat's favorite instrument?" Ben asked, a smile spreading across his face. "A percussion," the other Ben shouted, adding his own flair to the performance. The audience erupted in laughter, and Ben felt a surge of exhilaration. This was it, the moment he had been waiting for. They continued to riff off each other, sharing jokes and anecdotes, their chemistry undeniable. The crowd was fully engaged, laughter ringing through the park, uniting everyone in joy. With every joke, they transformed the stage into a whirlwind of laughter and camaraderie, each punchline landing like a drumbeat of happiness. They didn't just entertain, they connected, bridging the gaps between people with the simple act of laughter. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the park, Ben felt a sense of peace wash over him. "We did it," he said, beaming at the other Ben. "We embraced the chaos, and look what happened." The other Ben nodded, a look of wonder on his face. Maybe life is about finding those moments, no matter how chaotic they seem. "Exactly," Ben replied, laughter still bubbling up. "And you know what? I think I'm finally okay with the unpredictability of it all." Just then, a shimmer of light appeared, and Ben felt the familiar tug of the multiverse pulling at him. "No, not again," he exclaimed, but this time, he was ready. He and the other Ben held hands tightly, ready to face whatever universe awaited them next. As they were enveloped in light, Ben couldn't help but smile. Whatever chaos came next, he was prepared to embrace it fully. They landed again, but this time, it felt different. They found themselves back in the break room, the familiar sight of burnt coffee and bland walls greeting them. "Wait, what?" he said, looking around. The device lay on the table, still buzzing softly. "Are we back?" "Looks like it," the other Ben replied, his expression thoughtful. Ben took a deep breath, his heart racing. Maybe it's not about jumping between universes anymore. Maybe it's about finding meaning right here. He reached for the device, ready to turn it off, when a thought struck him. What if we use this to create something new? The other Ben raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Let's invite everyone to join us. Let's turn this mundane existence into something extraordinary." Ben felt a surge of determination. They could harness the absurdity of life, bringing everyone together for laughter and connection. "Okay, but how?" the other Ben asked, excitement mingling with uncertainty. "Simple," Ben replied, a smile spreading across his face. "We start by sharing our adventures. We create a podcast or a video series. We tell our stories and encourage others to share theirs." The other Ben nodded, his eyes lighting up. "I love it. We can show everyone that the chaos of life is what makes it beautiful." With that, they set to work. They gathered supplies, brainstorming ideas, laughing as they recounted their wild adventures through the multiverse. As they worked together, Ben felt a sense of belonging he hadn't experienced before. He realized that life wasn't about escaping or running away from the chaos. It was about embracing it, finding joy in the unpredictable, and sharing those moments with others. When they finally launched their podcast, it took off like wildfire. People resonated with their stories, finding laughter and connection in the chaos of life. Each episode was filled with humor, warmth, and the vibrant energy of their adventures. Ben and the other Ben became a duo that inspired many to embrace their own chaos, reminding them that laughter could always be found, no matter how absurd life became. And as they continued their journey together, Ben knew he'd found something truly special, a friendship born from the madness, a partnership that transformed the mundane into the extraordinary. He looked at the other Ben, a grin spreading across his face. "Here's to the chaos." "To the chaos," the other Ben echoed, and they both burst into laughter, ready to take on whatever the universe had in store for them next. In a cluttered laboratory filled with blinking lights, tangled wires, and the smell of burnt coffee, Dr. Felix Carter stood before a door. Not just any door, but one he had designed himself, complete with hand-painted symbols and a giant brass doorknob that looked like a cat's paw. Felix was an eccentric physicist known more for his wild theories than his adherence to the scientific method. Today was supposed to be monumental, and his lab assistants, Jess and Leo, were skeptical but amused. "Are you sure this is going to work, Felix?" Jess asked, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, her brow raised in playful disbelief. "Of course it'll work." Felix replied, his hair a frizzy mess, eyes sparkling with excitement. "I've run the calculations 100 times. We're about to step into a parallel universe." Leo, the ever-cynical one, snorted. "And if it doesn't work, we'll have the most epic science fail on record. At least it'll make for a great YouTube video." Felix grinned, undeterred. "Come on. Where's your sense of adventure?" He dramatically flung open the door, and they all peered inside. Instead of an endless void or swirling colors, they were greeted by his office. "Well, his office in an alternate universe." "Whoa," Jess said, eyes wide. "Isn't that your boss?" Standing in Felix's office was a version of his boss, Mr. Harris, but here, he sported a bright pink suit and a mustache that looked like a caterpillar in distress. Felix had just opened the door to his career's most embarrassing moment. This Mr. Harris was firing him for wasting company resources on frivolous projects. Felix blinked, confusion swirling in his mind. "This isn't what I expected," he muttered, a bit deflated. Then, realizing the absurdity of it all, he burst out laughing. "Wait a second. I didn't even need to step through the door to get fired." Before he could catch his breath, the real Mr. Harris stomped into the room, glaring. "Felix! Get in here. You've gone too far this time." Felix stepped back through the door, laughing, only to find himself in yet another universe. This one looked more colorful, with trees sprouting cotton candy and a sky painted with swirling rainbows. He stood, mouth agape, as a cat wearing glasses approached him. "Welcome to Feline World," the cat said, adjusting its spectacles. "I'm Ms. Whiskers, your guide to this dimension." "Right," Felix chuckled, his earlier embarrassment fading. "Of course, I'd end up in a universe with talking cats. What's next? A universe where I'm a successful physicist?" Ms. Whiskers flicked her tail. "In this world, we cats rule. But fear not, we're very welcoming. Just avoid the dogs, well, let's say they haven't embraced enlightenment." With an air of whimsy, Felix followed Ms. Whiskers as she led him through a bustling city where cats held jobs, served coffee, and engaged in animated debates about the best napping spots. He felt an odd mix of amusement and bewilderment, watching a group of cats discuss the merits of tuna versus chicken as if it were a political summit. As the day turned to night, Ms. Whiskers took him to the local Dance of Destiny, where cats performed elaborate dances to tell their history. Felix couldn't help but laugh as he watched Benny, a particularly enthusiastic cat, dance wildly, twirling and leaping with abandon. "This is incredible," Felix exclaimed, clapping along. "But, what's the history behind the dance?" Benny stopped mid-twirl, panting. "Oh, it's a long tale of our ancestors' battle against the great vacuum cleaner. A saga of courage and resilience." Felix chuckled. "I'd like to hear more about that." As the night wore on, Felix began to realize that this whimsical world was merely the beginning. After dancing until his feet hurt, he bid farewell to his new feline friends and stepped through the portal again, eager to explore what other strange and wonderful dimensions awaited him. Each universe was more bizarre than the last. In one, people communicated through interpretive dance. Felix found himself desperately trying to mime his desire for a sandwich while everyone else was dramatically swaying and twirling. In another universe, he encountered a dystopian future where everything was made of recycled soda cans, and he had to negotiate with a gang of punk rock squirrels for safe passage through each experience. Felix jotted down notes and sketches in a battered notebook, his mind racing with the possibilities of multiverse theory. But as he traveled deeper, he began to notice strange patterns, the same shadowy figure appearing in various dimensions, lurking in the background, always watching. The sense of adventure began to morph into unease. Who was this figure, and what was their purpose? Felix knew he needed to dig deeper, to understand the fabric of these realities. One particularly chaotic universe dropped him into a bureaucratic nightmare, where everything operated under the strictest regulations. The citizens moved like clockwork, obeying nonsensical rules with a fervor that bewildered Felix. He tried to navigate through the line for coffee, but after misplacing a form, he found himself in a lengthy discussion about the importance of proper paper usage. Frustrated, he managed to slip away and stumbled upon a group of rebels huddled in a corner, plotting to overthrow their rigid government. They looked up at him, their eyes bright with hope and desperation. "Are you here to help us?" one of them, a grizzled man with wild hair, asked. Maybe?" Felix replied, scratching his head. "I just sort of fell in." "Perfect. We need someone with a fresh perspective." Felix's heart raced. He hadn't planned on becoming a revolutionary, but as he listened to their stories of oppression and control, he felt a spark ignite within him. "All right, I'm in," he declared, surprising himself. "What's the plan?" With that, Felix found himself at the center of a plot that took him across dimensions, gathering allies and understanding the true stakes of the multiverse. As he strategized with his newfound friends, a brooding antihero from a dystopian world and a cheerful inventor from a steam-powered reality, he discovered a shared mission: to confront the enigmatic figure manipulating events across the multiverse. But each universe brought its own challenges. Felix's attempts at camaraderie often led to hilarious misunderstandings, especially when they ended up in a realm where everyone spoke solely in puns. Felix felt like he was trying to hold a serious conversation while juggling watermelons. Impossible and messy. "Are we really going to fruit around while the multiverse is at stake?" he asked, exasperated. "Let us not worry," a punster replied, grinning. Through each bizarre adventure, the urgency of their mission grew clearer. The shadowy figure, known as the Gatekeeper, had been manipulating events across dimensions, ensuring that each universe remained under tight control. Felix learned that this person was a distorted version of himself, a version that had lost faith in exploration and creativity. Determined to confront the Gatekeeper, Felix rallied his team, and they crafted a plan. They would confront him in the heart of the bureaucratic universe, where the rules were the strictest, and absurdity reigned supreme. As they marched into the heart of the realm, Felix felt a mix of excitement and dread. They encountered the gatekeeper, a tall figure draped in gray robes, with a clipboard in one hand and an air of authority that could curdle milk. His eyes glinted with a mix of recognition and contempt. "Felix Carter," the gatekeeper said, voice dripping with condescension. "You've strayed far from the path. The multiverse is not a playground for the reckless." Felix stood tall, emboldened by the support of his friends. "And who says it can't be? Each universe is filled with potential, with creativity that needs to be unleashed." With that, chaos erupted. The rebels rallied around Felix, launching into a performance of interpretive dance while simultaneously throwing improvised projectiles made of recycled soda cans. It was a delightful, absurd melee that combined every lesson Felix had learned on his journey. Just when it seemed they were gaining ground, the gatekeeper transformed into a reflection of Felix's deepest fears, a version of himself who had settled for mediocrity, who had never dared to dream. "Look at what you could become," he sneered. "Isn't it easier to just follow the rules?" But Felix found his voice amidst the chaos. "I am not you. I refuse to be a prisoner of my own doubts." In that moment, he realized that the key to defeating the gatekeeper lay not in fighting back but in embracing the very essence of creativity and exploration that fueled his journey. With a rallying cry, he and his team combined their strengths, breaking down the walls of fear that had confined the multiverse. The gatekeeper faltered, and as Felix reached out, a bright light enveloped them. They watched as the barriers between dimensions began to dissolve, allowing for a free flow of ideas and creativity across realities. As the dust settled, Felix stood in awe of the vibrant new multiverse before him. The oppressive rules had shattered, replaced by a kaleidoscope of possibilities. "Together, we can create something beautiful," Felix said, looking at his friends, now allies in a greater mission. With a newfound sense of purpose, Felix stepped back through the door that had led him to this incredible adventure, ready to explore the unknown with an open heart and mind. In his lab, Felix reflected on the journey, realizing that life itself was a series of dimensions, each filled with the potential for joy, humor, and exploration. As he prepared to document his experiences, Felix couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of opening a multiverse travel agency. He could already see the slogans, "Adventure awaits in every dimension." And with that, he opened his notebook, the pages filled with notes, sketches, and doodles of dancing cats, hopeful rebels, and portals to the extraordinary. Felix sat at his cluttered desk, a jumbled array of notebooks and scientific paraphernalia surrounding him, each item a reminder of his wild journey through the multiverse. He felt a renewed sense of purpose and inspiration bubbling inside him, urging him to document everything he had learned. He flipped open his notebook and began to write, the words flowing as easily as the coffee that continuously fueled his late-night brainstorming sessions. "Multiverse exploration," he muttered to himself, tapping his pen against his chin. "What if I create a guidebook? Something that explains not just the science, but the fun and absurdity of it all?" He scribbled furiously, outlining chapters on cat politics, interpretive dance diplomacy, and the unspoken rules of time travel etiquette, like always keeping a backup sandwich, just in case. As Felix immersed himself in his writing, he could almost hear the echoes of laughter from his adventures. Each note he jotted down seemed to resurrect the characters he had met, the fierce rebels, the cats with their peculiar philosophies, and the vibrant landscapes of worlds that defied logic. It wasn't just science, it was a tapestry of experiences woven together by the thread of imagination. After hours of writing, Felix leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms above his head. The sun was beginning to set, casting warm rays through the lab's window. He glanced at the door, the intricate designs twinkling in the fading light, and felt a twinge of excitement. What if he stepped through again? What else was out there, waiting to be discovered? Grabbing his notebook and a small backpack filled with essentials, snacks, a portable charger, and, of course, a backup sandwich, he made his way to the door. Heart racing, he grasped the knob and twisted it open, ready to embrace whatever awaited him on the other side. That he stepped through and found himself in a universe that smelled of popcorn and cotton candy. A carnival atmosphere surrounded him, with brightly colored tents, the sound of laughter, and music playing in the background. Children raced past him, their faces painted like animals, while adults cheered as they threw darts at balloons. "Welcome to Festopia," exclaimed a cheerful voice. Felix turned to see a tall man dressed as a clown, complete with oversized shoes and a bright red nose. "I'm Jester Jack. Care to join the festivities?" Felix grinned, the infectious joy of the carnival sweeping over him. "Absolutely. But I need to know, what's the history behind this place?" "Oh, it's a long and winding tale." Jester Jack began, leading Felix deeper into the fairgrounds. "Centuries ago, a group of lost souls found themselves here and decided to throw a party instead of wallowing in despair. They vowed that this would be a place where everyone could celebrate life." As they walked, Felix noticed the peculiar rules that governed this universe. People spun in circles while eating cotton candy, balancing acts unfolded in spontaneous performances, and laughter erupted from every corner. He found himself swept up in the merriment, forgetting the seriousness of his previous adventures. "Join me for a juggling act," Jester Jack offered, tossing colorful balls into the air. "It's all about letting go and enjoying the moment." Felix laughed, accepting the challenge. With a bit of practice and many dropped balls, he eventually found a rhythm, losing himself in the playful atmosphere. Each toss felt like a reminder that life didn't always need to be so serious. Later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the festival, Felix sat with Jester Jack at a makeshift table. They shared a feast of popcorn and novelty treats, the kind of food that looked more like art than sustenance. "Tell me," Felix said, his curiosity piqued, "what's your favorite thing about this universe?" Jester Jack pondered for a moment, his painted face serious. "It's the freedom to be whoever you want to be. Here, everyone embraces their quirks. No judgment, just joy." Felix nodded, inspired. "You know, I've learned that every universe has its own rules and its own beauty. I've seen the importance of creativity and the necessity of breaking free from expectations." Just then, a loud horn blared, and the festival erupted into a grand parade. Felix and Jester Jack joined the throng of people, marching through the fairgrounds, dancing and celebrating. The energy was electric, and for a moment, Felix felt as if he were part of something larger than himself, a community built on laughter and acceptance. As the night wore on, Felix excused himself from the festivities, feeling the pull of exploration tugging at his heart again. "Thanks for the incredible time, Jester Jack. I need to keep moving, but I'll cherish this memory. Keep spreading joy wherever you go." Jester Jack called after him, throwing confetti in the air as Felix made his way back to the door. Once again, Felix stepped through, his mind buzzing with the experiences he had gathered. He felt a sense of responsibility to share not just the scientific aspects of the multiverse, but the heart and soul of each universe he encountered. Emerging into yet another dimension, Felix found himself in a world that looked both familiar and alien. The architecture resembled a mix of Gothic cathedrals and futuristic skyscrapers, bathed in neon lights that pulsed to the beat of the city's life. Hovercraft glided silently above him, and people moved with purpose, seemingly oblivious to the magic around them. "Welcome to Neo Victoria," a voice called, and Felix turned to see a woman dressed in a stunning gown made of shimmering fabric, her hair styled in an elaborate updo. "I'm Lady Seraphine. You look like someone in need of adventure." "Adventure sounds great. What's the story here?" Felix asked, his interest piqued. "In this city, we celebrate the fusion of technology and tradition," she explained, leading him through bustling streets. "But there are those who wish to keep the old ways alive at the expense of progress. We're at a crossroads, and the future hangs in the balance." Felix listened intently, absorbing the intricacies of the conflicts within this universe. As they navigated the crowded markets filled with hybrid goods, mechanical birds that sang and holographic portraits that danced, he began to understand the struggles of identity and innovation. Lady Seraphine introduced him to a group of rebels, artists, inventors, and dreamers, who were fighting against the oppressive forces that sought to stifle creativity in favor of rigid conformity. They shared their visions for a brighter future, filled with the promise of collaboration and expression. "Join us for our next performance," one of them suggested, a vibrant artist with paint splattered across her cheeks. "We aim to inspire the city to embrace change through art." Excitement surged within Felix. "Absolutely. I'd love to help however I can." As night fell, the rebels gathered in a central square, transforming the area into a dazzling display of color and sound. Felix joined them, helping set up an interactive installation that combined visual art with technology. They painted murals that glowed with light, inviting citizens to interact and engage with their environment. The performance was electrifying. Felix felt a rush of adrenaline as they created a spectacle that captured the attention of the entire city. People stopped to watch, mesmerized by the beauty unfolding before them. It was an exhilarating reminder of how art could transcend barriers and ignite change. As the night drew to a close, Felix stood among the rebels, breathless from the energy of the performance. Lady Seraphine approached him, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you for believing in us and in the power of creativity. You've made a difference tonight." Felix smiled, feeling a profound connection to this universe and its people. "You've reminded me why I started this journey in the first place: to explore, to create, and to share." With a heart full of hope and inspiration, Felix knew he had to keep moving. He needed to carry this spirit of creativity with him as he continued to navigate the multiverse. "Until we meet again," he said, stepping back to the door that shimmered with possibility. "Keep fighting for your dreams." As he passed through, Felix found himself in a quieter universe, a serene realm filled with rolling hills and a sky that glowed with a soft, golden light. Here, nature flourished, and the air was filled with the gentle sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves. He wandered, appreciating the peaceful atmosphere, when he encountered a small village nestled among the hills. The villagers greeted him with warm smiles, their faces filled with kindness. It was a stark contrast to the chaos of the cities he had just left behind. "Welcome, traveler," an elderly woman said, her voice like honey. "Come, join us for tea and stories. We cherish sharing our history." Felix felt a wave of comfort wash over him. "I'd love that. I've seen so much lately, and I'm eager to hear about your lives here." As they sat in a garden surrounded by blooming flowers, the villagers shared tales of their ancestors, stories of resilience, harmony, and a deep connection to the land. They spoke of how they worked together to nurture their community, embracing both tradition and the beauty of the natural world. Listening to their stories, Felix felt a profound realization dawning on him: each universe had its unique wisdom and lessons to impart. The creativity he had encountered in the more chaotic dimensions was equally important to the peace and unity found here. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the village, Felix reflected on the interconnectedness of all the universes he had visited. He understood that every dimension, regardless of its challenges or quirks, contributed to the rich tapestry of existence. "Thank you for sharing your stories," he said sincerely. "I've learned so much from each of you." The villagers smiled, their eyes twinkling with joy. "And we thank you for bringing new perspectives. Remember, the universe is vast and full of wonders. Keep exploring, dear traveler." Felix stood, his heart brimming with gratitude. "I will. There's so much left to discover, and I want to share these stories with everyone back home." As he made his way back to the door, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. He had become not just an explorer of the multiverse but a storyteller, a bridge connecting the experiences of countless lives across dimensions. With each step he took, Felix knew he was ready to face whatever awaited him next. He stepped through the door once more, the threshold shimmering with potential. What awaited him this time? Emerging into a starkly different world, Felix found himself in a dimly lit cavern filled with bioluminescent plants and glowing crystals. The air buzzed with energy, and strange, ethereal sounds echoed around him. He felt a sense of awe and wonder as he took in his surroundings. "Welcome to the luminous realm," a voice called out, startling Felix. He turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, draped in flowing robes that seemed to shimmer with light. "I am Eldrin, a guide to those who seek enlightenment. I seek knowledge and adventure." Felix replied, his curiosity piqued. "What's the story of this place?" Eldrin smiled, gesturing for Felix to follow. "Here, we harness the energy of the universe to explore the mysteries of existence. But we must tread carefully, not all knowledge is meant to be wielded lightly." As they walked deeper into the cavern, Eldrin explained the delicate balance of power that governed their realm. "We have learned to connect with the energy that flows through all living things, but there are those who seek to exploit it for selfish purposes." Felix felt a pang of understanding. It's like every universe has its own struggle, isn't it? A fight between creation and destruction. "Precisely," Eldrin agreed. "But here, we strive to elevate our understanding and create harmony. Would you like to participate in our ritual of illumination?" Felix nodded eagerly, feeling a thrill of excitement. "Absolutely." The ritual took place in a vast chamber, where glowing crystals pulsed with energy in sync with the participants' movements. Felix joined the circle of luminescent figures, each person channeling their intentions into the dance. As they moved, the energy around them intensified, weaving together their hopes and dreams into a brilliant tapestry of light. In that moment, Felix felt an overwhelming sense of unity with everyone present. He realized that each universe he had visited was part of a larger whole, interconnected by the same threads of aspiration, creativity, and love. After the ritual, Eldrin approached Felix, a wise look in his eyes. "You have embraced the light within you. Remember, wherever you go, you carry this energy with you." With those words resonating in his heart, Felix bid farewell to Eldrin and the luminous beings, stepping back through the door once again. He emerged into a new universe, one that felt chaotic and lively. A bustling marketplace sprawled before him, vibrant colors and enticing aromas filling the air. Street vendors shouted, competing for attention, while performers entertained crowds with feats of daring and skill. Felix wandered through the marketplace, absorbing the sights and sounds. He marveled at the diversity of the goods, exotic fruits, intricate textiles, and curious gadgets that seemed to defy explanation. He stopped at a stall where an inventor was showcasing a device that could translate thoughts into music. "Would you like to give it a try?" the inventor asked, a gleam in his eye. "Definitely," Felix exclaimed, eager to experience yet another facet of this multiverse. As he donned the device, he focused on his thoughts and felt a wave of sound wash over him. Melodies swirled and danced, each note reflecting the emotions and ideas he had gathered throughout his journey. Laughter erupted from onlookers as they experienced the soundscapes he created. "This is amazing," Felix shouted over the music. "What a brilliant way to connect people." The inventor nodded, pride shining in his eyes. "It's all about expression. Each person has a unique story, and we can share them through sound." Felix spent hours exploring the marketplace, sharing stories and laughter with the diverse array of people he met. As dusk settled, he felt a bittersweet twinge. He knew it was time to move on, but the connections he had forged were meaningful and profound. "Thank you for this incredible experience," Felix called to the inventor as he prepared to leave. "You've shown me the power of creativity in communication." With a heart full of memories, he stepped back through the door, ready to embrace whatever awaited him next. The cycle of discovery and connection fueled his spirit, each universe a reminder of the beauty of diversity and the strength of community. Emerging once more, Felix found himself on the edge of a vast, serene ocean, the water shimmering under the moonlight. He breathed in the salty air, feeling a deep sense of peace wash over him. As he wandered along the shoreline, he spotted a group of people gathered around a bonfire, their laughter ringing out into the night. Drawn by the warmth and camaraderie, he approached, eager to join in. "Welcome, traveler," a man called, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "We're sharing stories by the fire. Care to contribute?" Felix felt a surge of joy. "I'd love to. I have plenty of tales from my travels." As he shared his adventures, of dancing cats, glowing crystals, and bustling marketplaces, the group listened intently, captivated by the absurdity and wonder of each universe. "We live in a world that can sometimes feel isolated," one woman said, her voice thoughtful. "But hearing your stories reminds us that there's so much more out there." "Exactly," Felix replied, his heart swelling. "Every universe has its own magic, and we're all part of something greater. Together, we can share our experiences and inspire one another." The night wore on, filled with laughter, storytelling, and the warmth of connection. Felix felt as if he were weaving a tapestry of lives, each thread a unique experience that added to the richness of the whole. As the fire dwindled, Felix realized that he had found a kindred spirit in this group. They shared a commitment to exploring life's mysteries and embracing the beauty of existence, no matter the universe. Eventually, the night deepened, and Felix knew it was time to continue his journey. With heartfelt farewells, he stepped back to the door that shimmered invitingly, ready to venture into the unknown once more. As he passed through, Felix emerged into a vast library filled with towering shelves of books. The air smelled of old paper and ink, and a warm glow illuminated the space. He felt a sense of reverence, surrounded by the accumulated knowledge of countless universes. "Welcome, seeker of knowledge," an elderly librarian said, appearing from behind a stack of books. "I am Keeper Althea. This is the Library of Dimensions, a sanctuary for those who wish to learn and share." Felix's eyes widened. "This is incredible. I've seen so many wonders, but a library that spans realities?" "Indeed," Althea replied, gesturing for him to follow. "Here, you can explore the stories of each universe, the lessons learned, and the creativity unleashed. Knowledge is meant to be shared." Felix wandered through the aisles, pulling books from the shelves, each one filled with tales of adventure, wisdom, and the spirit of exploration. He spent hours immersed in the pages, absorbing the stories of others who had traversed the multiverse before him. As he explored, he felt a profound sense of connection to all the beings he had met on his journey. Each story added a new layer to his understanding of life, creativity, and the power of community. Eventually, he approached Althea, his heart full. "I want to share my stories too. I've learned so much, and I believe they can inspire others." Althea smiled, her eyes twinkling. "Then you must write your own book. Share your journey, your experiences, and the lessons you've learned. The Library of Dimensions welcomes all voices." With renewed determination, Felix set to work, pouring his heart and soul into the pages. He wrote about the dancing cats, the vibrant festivals, and the wisdom of the villagers. He captured the essence of each universe, weaving them into a narrative that celebrated diversity, creativity, and connection. Days turned into nights as he wrote, the library enveloping him in its warm embrace. Finally, he completed the manuscript, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. He approached Althea, manuscript in hand, heart racing with anticipation. "I've done it. I've captured my journey," he declared, pride swelling in his chest. Althea took the manuscript, her expression one of approval. "You've added your voice to the multiverse. Now it's time to share it with the world." With a sense of purpose, Felix stepped back through the door, ready to return home. He emerged in his lab, the familiar clutter surrounding him, but everything felt different now, alive with potential. As he set about publishing his book, he realized that this was just the beginning. He would share his journey with the world, inspiring others to explore, create, and embrace the unknown. He smiled at the door, now a symbol of endless possibilities. Felix understood that life itself was an adventure waiting to be lived, a journey through countless dimensions filled with stories yearning to be told. With a heart full of excitement, he took a deep breath, ready to embark on the next chapter of his life, one where he would inspire others to step through their own doors into the extraordinary. And as he prepared for his first reading, he thought to himself, adventure awaits in every dimension. And just like that, Felix knew that this was only the beginning. The multiverse was vast and full of wonders, and he couldn't wait to see what other incredible stories lay waiting beyond the door. He took one last look at the shimmering portal, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "I'll be back," he said, knowing that the adventure would continue, and there were countless stories yet to unfold. Max Hargrove had one singular goal in life: to master the art of coffee brewing. Yet, every morning, like clockwork, chaos reigned supreme in his kitchen. Today was no different. As he stumbled out of bed, still wrestling with the remnants of a dream where he was a heroic barista saving the universe one espresso at a time, he found himself once again confronting the notorious coffee machine. The machine gurgled ominously, a low growl that warned him of its temperamental nature. "Come on, buddy, we've been through this before," he muttered, reaching for the coffee grounds. He poured them in, a shaky hand sending half of them cascading onto the countertop. "Great start, Max," he sighed, grabbing a rag that had seen better days. Just then, a loud beep echoed through the kitchen, jolting him. It was the alert from the Temporal Management Bureau, an organization dedicated to maintaining the fabric of time itself. "End of time and space imminent," the message blared, as if it were an overzealous alarm clock set to the wrong time zone. Max's heart raced, not out of fear, but sheer exasperation. "You've got to be kidding me," he groaned. As he rushed to grab his official bureau uniform, a wrinkled suit that had seen many a time travel mishap, he knocked the coffee pot off the counter. It shattered spectacularly, splattering dark liquid everywhere, a chaotic reflection of his life choices. "Great. Just great, he yelled at the shards of glass. This is exactly what I need right before saving the multiverse. He darted out the door, fully aware that he'd have to deal with the coffee catastrophe later. Arriving at the bureau, he sprinted through the neon-lit hallways, dodging agents in snazzy attire who looked like they just stepped out of a sci-fi magazine. Max, on the other hand, looked like he had taken a tumble through a time vortex, a couple of days' worth of stubble adorning his chin and his hair sticking up in every direction. "Max," shouted Agent Leah Kim, his supervisor, catching him before he could slip into the meeting room. Her expression was a blend of concern and annoyance. "You're late, and we're in a crisis." "Crisis? What crisis?" Max asked, panting slightly. He glanced around as agents whispered anxiously among themselves. "Sit down," Leah commanded, pointing to an empty chair as if it were a throne of judgment. "We have a situation. All timelines are collapsing. We need someone to go to the edge of time and figure out what's going on." "Let me guess," he said, plopping down dramatically. "I'm the lucky winner of the Most Likely to Screw Up the Universe award?" Leah's eyebrow twitched. "Actually, yes. You've had the most experience with unconventional solutions." Max smirked. "Unconventional? You mean I was just the last one standing after everyone else got vaporized by a rogue time bomb? Focus, Max. We're in serious trouble here." She handed him a holographic projector. "This will guide you to the edge of time. We need you to find the source of the disturbance and stop it." Max eyed the projector, which flickered to life and displayed a swirling vortex of colors. "Looks lovely," he said sarcastically. "Can't wait to dive into the cosmic abyss." As he prepared for his jump, Leah called out, "And remember, you can't fix everything with a sarcastic remark, Max." "Oh, please," he replied, rolling his eyes. "That's my secret weapon." With a flourish, he activated the projector and disappeared into the swirling chaos of time. His journey was anything but smooth. Max found himself first in a timeline resembling the Renaissance, only here, everyone communicated exclusively through interpretive dance. He stood awkwardly, a voyeur to this absurdity, trying to decipher whether he was in an art exhibit or a bizarre theater production. A fellow time traveler dressed in Renaissance garb attempted to engage him in a conversation, flailing his arms as if he were swatting invisible flies. "Dude, just speak." Max shouted, exasperated. But his plea was met with a group of dancers twirling around him, completely ignoring his distress. He felt like a misplaced sock in a laundry basket of chaotic artistry. Finally managing to escape the dance-off, Max leaped through another time portal and landed in a Victorian England where everyone was in a stiff, competitive tea-drinking contest. The air was thick with tension, and he could practically hear the porcelain cups clattering from nervous hands. "At least here, I can get a decent cup of tea," he muttered, eyeing the nearest table. But he couldn't linger. He was on a mission. Each leap through time revealed the maddening effects of humanity's attempt to control the flow of history. As he navigated through an array of wildly imaginative timelines, like a futuristic city where flying cars only went backward and a Wild West with laser guns, he finally approached the edge of time. The edge was a bizarre spectacle, a swirling mass of colors and sounds, filled with every timeline converging into one chaotic cluster. Hovering in the center was a floating platform occupied by a group of rogue time travelers, dressed in mismatched clothing from every era imaginable. Their leader, a man who looked like a cross between a steampunk inventor and a mad scientist, stood atop a pile of temporal artifacts. "Welcome, time agent," he declared with a flourish. "We are the time optimizers, and we're here to reshape reality itself." Max raised an eyebrow. "And you thought the best way to do that was to cause a cosmic pile-up?" The leader, who introduced himself as Orville, smiled smugly. "We're optimizing existence. Why let time flow freely when we can direct it?" Max couldn't help but chuckle. "Dude, have you ever heard of letting things be? It's called life, not a corporate merger." Orville's smile faltered. "But we can make it perfect." "Perfect?" Max laughed, waving his hand. "You mean boring. You can't control everything, buddy. Look at the coffee disaster I left behind. That's life, messy and unpredictable." The gathered time travelers exchanged confused glances. "What do you mean?" Orville asked, genuinely perplexed. Max, emboldened by the absurdity of the moment, launched into an impromptu debate about the nature of existence. "If you control time, you strip it of its spontaneity. You want to know what's really wrong with time? It's us. Humans are the real threat to time." He gestured dramatically, earning a few chuckles from the audience. "We're so busy trying to optimize everything that we forget to enjoy it. Like coffee. It's supposed to be a joyful mess." Amidst the laughter, Max realized he was connecting with them, not as a time agent, but as a fellow human. The conversation morphed into a humorous dialogue, where they shared tales of their own timeline mishaps, and slowly, the tension in the air lifted. Orville eventually conceded. "You make a valid point, Max. Perhaps we've taken it too far." With their collective realization, they set to work stabilizing the timelines, each contributing their unique skills. Max, the unlikely hero, orchestrated a bizarre but effective plan to realign the timelines, incorporating the joyful chaos they all represented. Once the timeline was restored, Max prepared to return home. "You guys should try embracing the mess," he advised, giving Orville a friendly slap on the back. "Life's too short to be perfect." As he activated the return portal, Max couldn't shake the feeling that he'd made unexpected friends, and perhaps, taught them a thing or two about living fully. When he finally reappeared at the bureau, the agents were in a frenzy, but the chaos felt oddly comforting. Leah rushed over, relief flooding her face. "You did it. You stabilized the timelines." "Yep," Max said, brushing off his suit. "And you'll never guess what I learned." Leah raised an eyebrow, ready for the sarcasm she knew was coming. "Let me guess. You learned to make coffee?" "Nope," he replied, smirking. "I learned that life is a series of delightful messes. Speaking of which, I might need a new coffee maker." As they shared a laugh, Max felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. He realized that embracing the absurdity of existence was the true key to navigating time, or at least, making the best coffee possible. And as the day wrapped up, Max knew that whatever the future held, be it rogue timelines or spilled coffee, he would be ready, armed with humor and an appreciation for the beautiful chaos of life. Max stared at the remnants of his coffee disaster, now a bittersweet memory. "I need to figure out how to work this coffee machine properly," he muttered, half to himself and half to the universe, which had a knack for throwing curveballs his way. It was clear he wouldn't be able to escape the chaos of life, or his kitchen, anytime soon. As he wandered back to his desk at the bureau, the adrenaline of his recent escapade still thrumming in his veins, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had changed, however slightly. The meeting room buzzed with activity as agents flitted about, discussing the latest timeline adjustments and applauding Max's unexpected heroics. He slipped into his chair, soaking in the camaraderie that filled the air. "Max. Leah called from across the room, her expression a mix of admiration and exasperation. "Get over here. We need to debrief you on what happened at the edge." "Sure thing, boss," he replied, a smile creeping onto his face. Once he was at the front, Leah gestured for silence. "Okay, everyone, let's hear it from the man of the hour. What exactly happened out there?" Max took a breath, embracing the spotlight. "Well, it all started with a coffee machine that clearly had its own ideas about time management." Laughter erupted in the room, a sound that felt like home. "After battling my way through interpretive dancers and overly competitive tea drinkers, I stumbled upon a group calling themselves the Time Optimizers. They thought they could control time, but I had to break it to them that life isn't meant to be optimized. It's a glorious mess." Leah crossed her arms, trying to maintain her authoritative demeanor but failing miserably. "So, you convinced them that chaos is preferable to control?" "Exactly. I mean, what's the point of living if you can't enjoy the little disasters along the way?" They actually helped stabilize the timelines after that. The room erupted in applause, a chorus of cheers ringing out. Max grinned sheepishly, feeling a rush of pride and disbelief. He had gone from being the office underachiever to the guy who saved the multiverse, albeit in a rather unconventional fashion. As the applause died down, Leah leaned in closer. "We're going to need your expertise again soon. The timelines are still unstable, and I don't think the time optimizers are completely out of the picture." "Of course," Max replied, his mind racing with possibilities. "But maybe next time, we should plan a coffee break before diving into the chaos." Days turned into weeks, and Max found himself caught in a whirlwind of temporal mishaps. Each new mission brought its own challenges, bizarre timelines to traverse, unexpected encounters with eccentric historical figures, and the constant juggling act of navigating the absurdities of existence. But he relished every moment, finding joy in the unexpected. He became known around the bureau not just for his quick wit but for his ability to diffuse tension with humor. Agents began to rely on him for light-hearted morale boosts in the midst of their most stressful days. One afternoon, as Max leaned back in his chair, contemplating the next temporal anomaly, Leah poked her head into his office. "Got a moment?" "Always for you," he said, turning his chair toward her. She took a seat across from him, her expression serious yet softened by a hint of warmth. "There's been a new development. We've picked up strange energy readings from a timeline that seems to be collapsing, and we suspect it might be the work of the time optimizers again." "Figures. You think they're trying to fix their mess by making a bigger one?" Max asked, already reaching for the holographic projector that had become a familiar tool. "Exactly. We need you to head back and see what you can do. This time, we might not have the same luck as before." Max nodded, determination coursing through him. "Let's hope they've learned a thing or two about embracing chaos. I'll give them a taste of my coffee-making skills, nothing like caffeine to spark some creativity." Leah chuckled, the tension easing slightly. "Just don't set anything on fire this time, okay? Only if you promise to bring me back a latte from the future." He shot back with a wink. With a deep breath, Max activated the projector, the familiar swirling vortex consuming him once again. The chaotic energy of the timeline swept around him, and he braced himself for whatever awaited on the other side. He landed in a realm that felt like a surreal mashup of time periods. 1920s flappers mingled with medieval knights while robots buzzed around selling hot dogs. "Okay, what the heck is going on here?" Max mumbled, his brow furrowing in confusion. Before he could gather his bearings, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, Orville, flanked by a group of his fellow time optimizers, each sporting expressions of sheer panic. "Max! Thank goodness you're here!" Orville shouted, rushing over. "Didn't think I'd see you again so soon," Max replied, crossing his arms. "What happened? I thought you were all about controlling time." Orville's face turned a shade paler. "We tried. But it spiraled out of control. Everything's collapsing again, and we don't know how to fix it." Max glanced around at the madness unfolding, people running in every direction, the flappers dancing with the knights, and the hot dog selling robots trying to keep the peace. "Looks like chaos has found you, huh?" "Chaos is an understatement," Orville exclaimed, desperation creeping into his voice. "We thought we could stabilize it, but instead, we've created a temporal nexus that's feeding off itself." Max raised an eyebrow. "And you didn't think maybe, just maybe, this was a bad idea?" Orville opened his mouth to respond, then sighed, clearly realizing the folly of his ambition. "We were too focused on optimization. We forgot the lessons you taught us. Let's fix this, then. We need to work together." As Max rallied the time optimizers, he felt a spark of hope. They had learned from their mistakes, and this time they were ready to embrace the chaos. Together, they crafted a plan that involved a blend of their unique abilities and a dash of improvisation that Max was all too familiar with. "All right, we're going to create a massive distraction to draw the energy away from the Nexus," he explained, excitement bubbling up within him. "While we do that, we'll stabilize the timelines, one weird dance party at a time." "What do you mean?" Orville asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Max grinned. "You've seen what works. Let's throw the ultimate time mashup, dance-off, tea party, hot dog fest, and maybe a laser tag showdown. We'll create so much joyful noise that it'll disrupt the energy feeding the chaos." And so, they launched into action. The time optimizers, now surprisingly enthusiastic, took to their roles with an energy that was infectious. Knights and flappers teamed up for an absurd dance competition while robots served hot dogs to confused onlookers, who couldn't help but laugh at the chaos unfolding around them. Max led the charge, his quick wit and improvisational skills shining as he encouraged the crowds to join in. Laughter filled the air as people from different timelines embraced the absurdity, forming a swirling mosaic of humanity. "See?" Max shouted over the cacophony. "This is what life is about. Embrace the mess." As the energy shifted, Max could feel the Nexus responding. The chaotic vibrations began to stabilize, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "We're doing it." Finally, with one last coordinated effort, they unleashed a massive wave of energy, and the collapsing timelines began to mend. Light shimmered around them as the madness transformed into a vibrant tapestry of existence, each thread interwoven in beautiful harmony. As the dust settled, Max stood amidst the joyful chaos, a sense of triumph swelling in his chest. The time optimizers, once so focused on control, now understood the beauty of life's unpredictability. Orville approached him, a newfound respect in his eyes. "I get it now, Max. You're right, there's power in embracing the chaos." Max smiled, realizing that he had not only helped stabilize the timelines but had also sparked a change in perspective. "And next time, let's do this with a good cup of coffee in hand." With a laugh, the group began to celebrate their success. Max felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that he had found not just adventure in his work, but also community. As he prepared to return to the bureau, he turned to Orville. "Keep that spirit alive, okay? And if you ever need a coffee brewing tutorial, you know where to find me. With a final wave, Max activated the projector once more, feeling the familiar rush of energy envelop him. When he landed back at the bureau, Leah was waiting, an expectant smile on her face. I saw the readings. What happened? Let's just say I think they're finally starting to understand that chaos is part of the game, he replied, a grin spreading across his face. Good to hear, Leah said, her relief palpable. And about that coffee? I'll make you the best cup of coffee you've ever had, once I figure out how not to blow it up. As they walked back to his office, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The lessons he had learned and the friendships he had forged would guide him through whatever came next. With a renewed sense of purpose, Max couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, life was meant to be enjoyed, one beautifully messy moment at a time, and with that thought, he sat down at his desk, determined to find a way to make the perfect cup of coffee.